So I am in the stream with audio only. Can you guys hear me now? I don't know what this dot thing is. Like, uh, okay. So can you hear me now? Now I have double or triple echo. Any audio now? Oh man. Seriously? What about now? Do I have any audio now? Yeah, good. Trying to be. Audio is good. I can hear 4 copies of myself talking like I'm, with the chipmunks. This is awful. This is going to guaranteed drive me insane. Um, so it says communications, headset, microphone. Go. All right, speaker. Just gonna say default. Yeah. Okay. Can you still hear me? Still in chipmunk mode. Okay. I just said the word white horse. Can you hear me? White horse. Can you hear that? My God. Okay, you could hear that? Okay, hey Bob. I've got it to a more well, a more acceptable, horrible echo in my own ears where I hear myself. But this is a free trial of StreamYard. It's supposed to be like the simple man's version of streaming software. It's straight from a browser. Streamlabs I've given up on, and I really hate them. I have a $19 a month subscription to try to make everything good, and it seemed to work decently well on my desktop supercomputer, but as far as laptops work, just 4.5 hours of struggling with it, just trying to go live. Okay, can you guys hear Broadcastify or just me? Because they just queued up the mic. So I've got their volume up. That's what I would like to know right now. Can you hear Broadcastify? They're quiet for a second, but they just queued up the mic. Did you just hear Broadcastify? Just for me. Okay. So there's gotta be a way to add desktop sounds. Yeah, because he just said Battalion 2016 something 2015 on local. There's a beep sound. I'm so frustrated by these tech problems, guys. I've been really trying. This is just absolutely. Hey, Cynthia, by the way, hi. There's been the most dramatic stuff that's been happening, and if I have to, hang on. They're talking about getting somebody who's on a hill trapped. Oh dear, 2 engines have air brakes problems. So they're stuck on a hill. They said, tomorrow, what equipment do you need? Do you need mechanics to get you off that hill? They said that both engines can run. I take it as the air compressor for the air brakes, but if they start moving them, they'll lock up. Hang on. Wow. The residents would like um, some type, I think he said type 3 engines to come help with some spot fires that are happening, but I don't know which residents. He said, can I have the identifiers for the engine? That was broken. Yeah, right. Yreka dispatch is asking. Both of them are the new BME. Don't know what that is. Sorry, guys. There's some crazy time lapses. I'll explain what's been going on. They're still talking in my ear. Just hang on a second. It's been absolutely dramatic. Last 4 hours have been riveting, like nail biting. This is this is one freaky and erratic fire. There's a major thunderstorm going on. So there's multiple lightning strikes. Lightning probably started this, and yeah, they're just talking about the engine, the problems with the two engines that are stuck on a hill somewhere. So this lightning storm is still in the area. Can I get in driving directions? Take a right to the round mountain something. Okay, so what's been occurring is that this big storm rolled through the Siskiyou County area. This is just a bit west of Yreka. Guess I could show that. You can see Yreka there. Okay, he's saying updated info on the fire. Let me listen. They put a scout. They put a scout like on the road, driving to the Humbug drainage area. They're waiting to hear back. They don't have much information on what the fire is doing because everybody's scattered and spread out on structure protection duty at this time. So what's been happening with the riveting kind of, oh my God, uh, stuff going on the radio is that um, there were multiple evacuations just faster than we could keep up with it on Twitter. I've been trying to retweet stuff as I heard it on Twitter. CA Fire Scanner and the others have got, great coverage. So oftentimes I'll just, repeat what they did, like retweet it. So what we've had is multiple crews being told to just scram, just like pretty much run for your lives when they were all trying to respond to a community center, which I believe is what's called the Knoll Work Center. I think they've been using this interchangeably, but no sooner had they been told to rendezvous there than they said everybody who's coming to that, who is at that work center or coming to it, turn back around and leave. The fire apparently blew right over the top of the river, and 96 follows the river. It went and climbed up this hill, and I don't know why there's no heat detection here, but they said it's already at Quigley's above us, so everybody who is coming over to this work center get out ASAP. One guy said he was on his way, but he was over a bridge that was over Beaver Creek, and Beaver Creek is way over here. Beaver Creek. So he decided to stay there, and I commend that decision. It was nice and calm, even though he was perhaps getting surrounded. Staying on a bridge or where you have a culvert to shelter in is a great idea. Stay in, on, and around a bridge. That's a good shelter in place. Hang on. Yeah. So then there were multiple elderly people that were trapped that needed to be rescued. Um, they had miscommunication problems. Some people were still on their way to the work center, and then they panicked, called in saying, wait a second, fire is here. The next thing that came over the airwaves was fire has reached the work center and it's gone up over the hill, and then it's already in Beaver Creek. So that moved faster than the ghost satellite detection could keep up with it, and that thing is supposed to update every 15 minutes. I have no idea why it doesn't detect the fire up here. They said that it did arrive. And not only did it go over the top of this area called Quigley's, um, it went over and met Beaver Creek. It was at Beaver Creek. So they said that the fire was burning in multiple points all along the 96. Don't use 96. This is, as of, 2.5 hours, 3 hours ago, just because they can't see around these curves and it keeps the wind keeps driving the fire north, and then the wind will drive the fire south. Then it drives it north, then it drives it south, then it goes east, then it goes west. And if I could show you windy, it would probably make more sense. But on my radar on my phone, the wind is absolutely erratic, gusting tremendously, then being dead calm and gusting tremendously with more and more lightning flashes. And if you look at all these cams, you can actually see the lightning flashes in the clouds throughout much of this. It spread extremely rapidly. Fire crews kept turning around corners and then encountering tons of panicked civilians saying, where the hell do we go and how do we get out? So I have one of these is on a 6-hour time lapse. This one. There's only two cameras that are looking at the situation. That's Antelope and Fort Jones 1. Antelope Yreka 1 if you're on the Shasta Modoc situation. Series of cameras here. I'm sorry, guys. This is so hard to talk because I can hear myself like louder than I'm actually talking, like an echo that speaks a couple of seconds after I do. So this has been absolutely insane. Um, my Twitter is at @kwildfires, and I've been retweeting with mostly good diligence. People like Zeke Lunder had an elaborate post about what's going on his the-lookout.org. Um, just this afternoon, he was talking about how bad this could be. I can quote him. Let's see, he's talking about it. The fire's burning just west of the 1955 Haystack Fire in Pink, and he had a recent interview with Jim Clump, and he talked about thick 60-year-old plantations established after that 1955 fire helped drive the fire behavior that contributed to a firefighter's entrapment event in the 2014 Beaver Fire. So he's got a link to the interview with that person there. He's had updates around 7 p.m., like 7:15. He says we're seeing textbook large fire growth on the McKinney Fire right now. The long range spotting I just posted about is driving explosive growth on the fire. Check out the width of the smoke column, how it grew in 15 minutes. And if you go back to what I just did here, it does start out as a small smoke column and then just watch it get fat. Look at all the light rain and all these turbulent clouds, like storm clouds at the same time. You would hope that it would just rain it out, but no, it just spread out. Just look at that. That's just insane. And you could see how the wind is just wild, just whipping it around. So a lot of firefighters, like just about 45 minutes ago, maybe 35 minutes ago, they drove up to a location where they heard that a victim might be entrapped in a sort of either a little residential area or the work camp area. They went knocking on doors to door. They said fires all around us, but if nobody answers the door, then we're going to get out of here. And then a panic call kind of, I don't want to say panic call, but it was panicked compared to what their normal cool as a cucumber kind of, radio call. He goes, oh my God, I don't even know. And it was broken up. And he goes, look, the windows of the truck is open. And if the embers keep blowing like they are, we're not going to have a truck to go back to. And so he was seemingly implying that they might have to be picked up and they were trying to run back to their truck to close the windows. It's been really, really exciting and just absolutely insane. Oh, hey, Shaz. I tried to use StreamYard. I don't know what I'm doing. Hi, how are you? Yeah, Scott Congdon says that's steep terrain and heavily wooded. Absolutely. This has been some of the most crazy stuff that I've heard on radios before. And he said he used to live on Beaver Creek in Klamath. Wow, how did you find the stream? Did you find it just now, or have you been here before? You look familiar. Yeah, Shaz, I can't get half the audio to work, and I've got a huge echo here. But this is on a bad laptop that I'm trying to do this. So this is more like record Zoom meetings and stream, like guest people. If I hit the share button, um, it's like share slides, like a slideshow, share, screen sharing. It's it's very interesting, but not what I'm used to. I'm sounding good on this side, thanks. Yeah, I hope this has the potential to be another big major fire. I think we should go check Windy and look at the um, let's look at the situation. Come on, Windy, don't die on me. It's a pretty serious website with lots and lots of layers. So if this little computer can handle it, then it'll be a blessing. Um, so right now we're on wind mode, and it doesn't. This is just like normal surface prevailing winds, right? But that's not counting the crazy gusts that are happening because of the T cells and whatnot going by. If we hit weather radar and satellite views, no, you can't know my location. Um, Hoping it would show stuff like the lightning. So if we go to radar and satellite, come on, click, 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 come on, you can do it. Click up there. I'll just have to do the more layers. Um, Rain, thunder, rain accumulation. I don't need the new snow stuff. Humidity layers, low clouds and clouds. I just don't need that. Cloud base, visibility. Don't need this stuff. I don't need sea swells and waves. That's for sure. Sea temperature, nitrous oxide, and aerosols and ozone. No, I don't need that stuff. Okay, I just want to know what's going on with the thunderstorms, wind gusts, satellite. It's not incredibly useful. Wind gusts. See, it's not really giving an accurate picture of the wild, insane stuff. Where's the lightning? If we turn on lightning, that'll be a bit more accurate. Soil moisture. Come on, there should just be a general blanket button. It's like storms, you know, rain and thunder. Anyway, it just moved through here, and this is making me really mad. I'm just gonna my radar. I think they now have. I'm hoping. See, it looks like that on my phone. So, isn't there? Oh God, download the thing for desktop. Arg. Anyway, I'm gonna give up on it because Windy is lagging out, and I'd have to reset it all up like on my home computer so Wind is not in knots anymore. Miles per second, miles per hour. Okay, we made a little bit of progress. If we hit the play button, HRR better accuracy. Hit that forecast model, please. HRR. Come here. Whatever. I was hoping that it would show you guys the storms that just whipped through here. There's not only a high wind warning and excessive heat advisory, plus a red flag warning and a fire weather watch warning, all layered on top with a lightning and severe thunderstorm warning. There you go. See how it got severe for a bit? So now it goes in the forecast, but that's slamming it. See, got hairy, and it may have moved on. I don't know, but you can get an idea that's better here. So aircraft and such were, I believe, working on it earlier this afternoon. However, I had to meet somebody, and talk with them for a bit. And when I got back in by around 8:30 p.m., all hell had broken loose. I was actually listening to a riveting event that happened in Montana about the same time. Montana in Elko area had this crazy storm, and they had evacuations and entrapped victims and such too. So here I am listening to Montana, and Watch Duty didn't give me any alerts on anything that happened up here. Stupid me, I had updated Watch Duty and forgot to reset up all my alerts. They actually have 8 counties now that you can set up for all alerts, but mine were all turned off because I hit the update button and just didn't think about it. Whoopsie. So Catherine Dottie says, I'm watching from Sonoma County. Yeah, the growth there was insane. Absolutely. Let me time lapse the other camera. Let's see, that the one we were looking at was the antelope one. There's only 2 on it, and there's many cameras in the region, so I don't know um, what's going on. Now, some of that's lightning, and some of it is just most of this on the underside right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but like right the left side of the screen on the horizon, some of that flashing is actually just flare-ups of the fire. If it's truly lightning, you're going to see more of it up in the clouds too. So let's go back to a 6-hour time lapse to see how this began. And just look at all the rain that happens. It just dumps, but then it moves on. So it's not enough to matter. How much of that rain actually met the ground, I don't know. It looks torrential, like, oh boy, this will be a flash in the pan, but um, the embers found dry spots. And it's just insane. Now, when you see the flashes of color, look at that smoke. When you see flashes of color, that's because so much light has hit the camera that it goes back into daytime mode. It goes to nighttime infrared, um, when there's less light meeting the camera. So when you see flashes of color, it's a really dang serious fire. It's big. So here it was nighttime. You can kind of advance it frame by frame. Let's see where it goes to color. This just last 6 hours. The situation changed, and we're going forward in time. It doesn't look like everything's going backwards. The wind's just nuts. So let's go. Yep, see that? Boom, color. So much light hit the camera that thought it was daytime. So this, if you were there on the scene right now, would look this ugly. Um, People just see this giant red glow. And at K Wildfires is my Twitter, and I've got a bunch of color pictures that people have been sharing. It's just gross and unreal. Um, so this is frame by framing. Most of that time lapse. This is the 6-hour time lapse. So if we go here, we're at 11:30 at night, 11:45, and right now it's 12:24 a.m. So here it is right after midnight. Listening to the radio. It's 18 after midnight, and then 21 after midnight. This is the latest image we have with that time lapse. It's just absolutely insane. So where's this one at? It's just west of Yreka in Siskiyou County. I'll show you. It's wild. So let's go to Caltopo. And if you're on 96, it's shut down. There's crazy amounts of evacuation orders. So if you are driving to Oregon, the main road, from Sacramento and LA is I-5. Here's Mount Shasta. Over here is Crescent City. There's more place names if I do the map like this. So you can see the heat spots right here. Okay, so they're just talking about rearranging equipment right now. Most of the desperate Mayday type calls are over. They're chasing after multiple spot fires, and most of the crews, they just basically said the fire behavior is too erratic. Everybody just go find a structure and protect it. That's essentially what they've been talking about. I can't I'm listening to the scanner radio, and if you guys want me to link it to you, I definitely can, because I can't make it show up on the broadcast. This is an experiment. I don't know when it's going to cut me off at the free trial. I should have at least several hours of this free trial. Uh, StreamYard wasn't working. Streamlabs wasn't working, so I'm on StreamYard. So here is the link to where you can hear all the action. And the last 5 hours have been absolutely nuts. Some of the craziest stuff I've ever heard. Resembling a lot like the chaos that happened during the recent Oak Fire down there by Yosemite. Scott Congdon says it's Klamath. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the name of the town or area, not really a town. Okay. Because there's a Klamath County. There's Klamath Falls, which is in Oregon and totally different. There's a Klamath tribe. There's a Klamath National Forest and a Klamath town. So it gets very confusing. But just saying west of Yreka is what most people will understand. Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry I can't stream like I usually do from home. I'm on the road. I'm actually really close to where the electrifier broke out near El Dorado County right now, but I'm in the mountains. I'm at an elevation of like 3,000 feet right now. And John Stoker, one of my mods, is hosting me while I film the aftermath of the Caldor fire. And just fires have been breaking out randomly because, well, it's July. It's lightning season in California. And every time I want to go out and film, it seems like a fire interrupts me. And every time I want to go live, there's some weird technical glitch that'll prevent me from going live. I had a super laptop ready to go and had to leave it behind when I came down on this trip because a fan died the day before. I even overnight shipped a replacement fan, unwrapped it from the package, got excited, and wires fell out in my hand. Like it's just cheap China stuff. So I grabbed my mom's laptop. It didn't even have a working hard drive in it. I slammed in a new hard drive from the store, reinstalled Windows, set up everything, but this laptop just doesn't have a video card. It's not good enough for streaming. So my regular software that I use doesn't function on this laptop. So that's been the story. Um, you know, some of these cameras are pretty far away, but they're zoomed in. Oh, the fire's lost some intensity. Great. The storm cell is starting to peter out. Great. Okay. They're trying to get a hold of Lake Mountains to see if they're at the lookout, and they're trying to get a hold of the scouts to see how far south the fire's been progressing. That's an affirmative, meaning where they're at. They should have their radio on, but we're not sure. That was a little crackly, so they're still trying to get a hold of others. So that was Lake Mountain Lookout. So if you turn on the shaded relief, you can see with this Forest Service map just how steep and horrible of terrain this is. Weather update, we're taking active downstrike. A lot of thunder. Okay. Yeah, it's not over for the night. The excitement is not over. RP McMurphy, hi. Alaska here. My mother lives in Klamath River, on the Klamath River near the Forest Service office and post office. I haven't heard from them since 6 p.m. They were ordered to evacuate at 4. Prayers for everyone. They've been pretty good getting the civilians out. If you look at, I'll post it again. This is how you listen to Broadcastify. I don't I I don't hear any reports, not for many hours, of any civilians trapped or unable to reach them. They have lost power in the region, and they've lost a lot of cell phone service. So the Red Cross was in the middle of setting some evacuation center up, and there has not been like a check on the unaccounted kind of call for a while. Yeah, prayers sent too. Listening real quick. They're looking for. He wants to know about if anybody can go to the Happy Camp area, any government officials to give them an idea about how far the fire's progressed. So I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this area, but if you want me to look, I'm listening. They're trying to find people to ask if they saw anything going up River Road. There's multiple power lines down at the trailer park and Elks Mobile Home Park. Directly across from the post office on Highway 96. Yeah, there have been some folks driving back and forth who have been creating some issues. You're calling out 03100 hours. So let's try to find the post office. If you guys can guide me. You said something about Oaks, but is that I don't know what it is, like Oaks Bar, whatnot. If any local people with local knowledge could tell me, that'd be awesome. Sean Connor, is actually lots of thunder still going on, but there's been a little bit of a decrease just in the last 10 minutes. But yeah, good morning, Paul. Hi, how are you? Um, it's in the bar, the Oak Bar area. Okay, so that's here where it says cemetery and stuff. It's, let me take the Forest Service map off. Like, I don't see many structures at all. It doesn't resemble a town. Um, looks like there's lots of mines around here. It says tailings down there. I'm a little bit confused. We can go also to, we can say Klamath, not Falls, uh, Stonehaven. Let's just see. Yeah, the McKinney Fire. Ubinet is a great local Central California reporter, but they do great on fires. So maybe they've got a link, a direct link to um, a to the evacuation zone for just Stonehaven General. Okay, all right. But thanks for being here, everybody. Please hit the like button to make it a trending video in case anybody else needs to find the channel. I don't know when the free trial ends when I get kicked off of this, but thanks to Shaz with walking me through a little bit. I've been trying out this new StreamYard thing. Hey Harley, Oak Knoll. Oh, okay, Oak Knoll. Gotcha. I thought Oak Bar. Okay, so we can go to Oak Knoll, Siskiyou County, California. Sorry, I have a pencil in my mouth. That doesn't look right. No, that's not right. That's Ashland. Okay, so is it Siskiyou County or Klamath County? Um, I thought Siskiyou. Oh, San Francisco. Yeah, that got us a lot closer. The Fire has not reached Scott something River Road. It's one drainage over to the east, they reckon. Okay, that's Yreka itself. Let's get away from it. Now, the GO satellites have been failing. I don't know if they're really active right now. There should be red all over the place. I don't know if it's the storm interfering or what the issue is, but there should be a blanket red here. If let's go back to let's switch to Modus and Veers, and they're much more accurate, but much very, very late to the party, I should say. So up in here, I don't even really see communities. So let me go back to chat. Siskiyou County, yeah. Chat says you get like 25 free hours, I think, a month. Okay, cool, cool. RP McMurphy says yes, it's understanding the power was out for residents between the towns of Horse Creek and Klamath River last night. Wow. The bar is the post office and the store. Gotcha. Okay, so Oak Knoll. Would that be on something like we could find on Google Maps? Let me try to find that off stream. Once I'm oriented on like a better map system, I can go back to CalTopo because that's mostly a Forest Service map I'm working with. Oak Knoll, Siskiyou County, Oak Knoll Drive, Oak Knoll Road, Klamath River, Siskiyou County. That sounds like a winner. Yeah, Postal Service. Okay. All right. Getting oriented. Let me share this with you. And you'll tell me this is right. Okay. So there's Yreka. Here we are on Highway 96, which connects I-5. Oh my gosh, this is so abysmally slow. As you guys can see, Highway 96 will go through this sparsely inhabited, forested area towards the Oregon coast. Sorry, northwestern California coast, and you can make it towards the Oregon coast if you take some really obscure roads. Tried that once from Crescent City or Brookings, and that was an exercise in horrifying, like, twisty turny roads that made me car sick to even drive them. So never again. So they're talking about Happy Camp and Hamburg, I think, back and forth. So no, back here. Okay. So let me orient myself. It's where this goes. That's Quigley's Station RV Park. Okay, there was a big call to protect the store. There is a lot of radio chatter, like, is it on fire or not? And they said that the store wasn't, but fire was around it. So I do know that much. So let me go back to CalTopo, and yeah, this looks like where it is. So this is the Forest Service map. Okay, please stop erratically zooming. I'm sorry, guys. It's like working on dial-up, like a Windows XP computer with not even a gig of RAM. This is the experience on this laptop without a video card in it. It's so used to my supercomputer. All right, so let's see if it'll just take us there. Boom. Okay. So there's Horse Creek and whatnot, and if we take down the Forest Service map, the TF Outdoors isn't that much better. But that's Horse Creek. So Oak Knoll Fire Warehouse. It's an interesting one. Right now the radio is silent. I want to make sure that it's still playing. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's still playing. It's just silent. Let me go back to chat real quick. Take a gander at what people are saying. Okay, go down to new comments. If you didn't like the bends, don't drive on Irish roads, right? So, hi Nick. Hey, how are you doing? Jake, hi. Hello from Mexico. I've been watching you for almost 2 years now, I think. Thanks for the work you do. Love listening to what you have to share. Thanks for being here, Jake. Really appreciate it. Yeah, fire.ca.gov. That's a good one. Thanks for being here, everybody. I've been having the worst time when I've been on the road. I'm learning a lot of things though. I'm super frustrated, but I now know just what it takes. Like you do have to buy the $95 phone plans to be so that you don't get deprioritized. Looks like T-Mobile is the best, like out in the middle of nowhere kind of coverage. Verizon has been knocked off the perch. So I'm going to switch my phone plan. And if I can get a Patreon, then I'll be able to afford this phone plan of, 95 bucks. But it should give me 5G hotspot availability for streaming anywhere that I've got T-Mobile. Now the house that I'm in right now is one bar for T-Mobile. There's DSL internet, and my good friend John Stoker, who's everybody would recognize that mod. Um, um, he's been doing his best, like to take all of his stuff offline, like even temporarily his security cams, so that I can go live. But he only has, like a 15 download and like one upload speed, and he's at the end of a street for DSL, so it's more like zero point 0.5, zero point 0.3 upload speed. And he even upgraded his plan. God bless him. But the only upgraded plan offered was like 3 up and 25 down. We've been in the last 4 hours messing with all of his Wi-Fi settings. He's got a great Wi-Fi 6 router. That's not the issue. They did upgrade the speed and we saw it land, and then all of a sudden, right when I go live, we lose the 3 upload speed and we go back to zero point 0.5. And so we've just been shutting down every device around the house. We got a little bit of it back, but I hit go live and it said error, error, error. And I just said, okay, never mind. I shut down Streamlabs and StreamYard went went live. Um, but this laptop, even if we had great internet, has no video card, so we don't get the fancy graphics and stuff like I normally can do. We can't have too many things open at a time. So I'm going to do a duplication of the tabs so we can watch the fire in real time from the cams. Um, I don't want to, give false hope and say I know everybody's safe because I don't, but they're no longer looking for anybody like who has called 911. That has not come over the radio for quite some time. So this is the current view of the Jones cam. I'm going to move the time lapses over here so we can go back to them. And let's see the Antelope Mountain cam. I need to duplicate so that we have a live view of Antelope Mountain. These are the only 2 cams fixating on this, even though there's others in the region. Go figure. I don't know why. So let's move the side view aside. And this is the view that we currently have, and you can see how it just curls. So let me go back to chat. Excuse me. Um, Harley Rider, hey, how are you? And Mountain Mike, hello. The U.S. Forest Service fire station is at Oak Knoll. Yeah, they abandoned it temporarily, and then they came back and said, "Looks like the firehouse is okay." That got my attention. Hi, Josh. Fire looks like it's burning brighter in the cams right now. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's do a 15-minute. Um, they said that in one spot on the fire, the wind was picking up. They said it was dying down in another. But yeah, up in the sky, you're seeing the reflection of the fire's light on the underside of the clouds. That's what we're looking at. So uh, I don't know where the moon would be right now. I could look it up on my app, but I'm not inclined. I'm actually sitting cross-legged uncomfortably in a living room with my laptop on a cedar chest, half in the dark. This is the not ideal situation, but it's important enough to go live right now. So let's do a 15. This was a 15-minute. There's the 15-minute time lapse on Fort Jones. Thanks for being here, Josh. Good to see you. Josh says Siskiyou County Sheriff just issued even more evacuations. Wow. Okay. Um, there's, oh, it doesn't even have a way that I can click on that. That's amazing. I can't even click on the links in my own chat on StreamYard. Whoopsie. Jeremy Eater says, fortunate no fires near me this year. Unlike last 2 years, the town just south of me burned down twice. Gosh, Jeremy, where is that? But thanks everybody for being here. Shaz, I wanted to be there so much for your live broadcast the other day, but I was in the middle of nowhere. So let's go to Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office Twitter. 1 second. I'll log in off screen. Siskiyou County Sheriff Twitter. Okay. Opening that up on my end. Let's turn off the ad blocker. Okay, follow. It's gonna ask me to log in. We did try to get Stonehaven up. Was it actually behaving? Yeah, let's go to Yreka, and then we'll go northwest from there. So yeah, there's no incidents. Get off. God, this is like dial up. But this has given me a lot of, like I said, learning experience, and I now know what technical things I need to do a good broadcast from the road. That was never my intention. I wanted to go to California just for 1 week or two. Well, I've been here since July 3rd. Those plans went right out the window. Look at this massive area that is now under evacuation order. Red is order, and the orange is pretty much get ready to go. That's a giant swath of land. I bet you, this is just my speculation, that the multiple lightning strikes lit multiple actual fires. And then the embers went nuts from there with the swirling wind and the massive thunderstorms. And all of the canyons, which this whole road 96 follows a severe steep canyon, they all act as wind tunnels. So anywhere that wind goes, even if wind's coming up from the south, lazy-like it says on all the weather apps, that's going to be a different story in the river canyons. They're going to have wind either going to the west or the east, depending. And if you're a drone flyer, you know how severe that can be. If you launched your drone, say, from a mountaintop, like in a non-fire environment, of course, and you went down into a canyon, all of a sudden it could be slammed sideways into a tree because you entered the wind zone, and where it was perfectly like lackadaisical at the top. That's how I found out just how different 100 to 200 or 300 feet can make with what wind is doing. You go into a canyon and all bets are off. So the Klamath River is steep, wild, and rugged, and very little in the way of development has ever hit the region. Just old mines and old logging camps and such. Okay, so let me log into Twitter. It's kind of still trying to load off screen here. So tweets and replies. If I hit the follow button, it should just prompt me to, wait, am I logged in? Great. Okay, let me put it out for you guys. Okay. All right, Twitter load. Go, Twitter, you can do it. We can have multiple tabs open. I believe in you, computer. Okay, I'm going to hit the bell here. If you're on Twitter, if you hit the bell, then you get notified of everything. Yes, turn them on. If there's an active fire situation, that's what I highly recommend. So if we go scroll down to the latest tweets and replies, browser, what are you asking me? Show notifications? Yeah, allow that. So yeah, evacuation warnings are in yellow, which is the one zone right now. Evacuation orders are in red. But trust me, guys, this has been so erratic. I'm going to retweet that right now. Thank you so much, Josh, for the heads up. That I would just leave my rural property right now and get to a place that I would know that it would be safe. Like I might just camp out right next to an actual firehouse or a place where I was told to go. I wouldn't sleep on a fire like this. This is erratic and nuts. Um, and I wouldn't trust any weather forecast. I would trust what I'm seeing on the cams. Like this is pretty intense. So once again, let's just try a 15-minute time lapse on our two cams that we keep that we keep here. I just heard the radio queue up, but nobody's responded yet. So if I suddenly stop talking, I'm listening. Was that a rate? Was that a flash of lightning? Let's take a look, guys. You guys should check out Shaz73, her channel on YouTube. It's really cool. She walks around England and goes to like old graveyards and Hadrian's Wall and stuff. If you like history, holy crap. Or even animals and stuff. She shows cool English animals. Whenever I can't sleep at night and I see that she goes live, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll watch Shaz's channel. It's very soothing. So, if what I trust is not some random, weather forecast. It's looking at the cams, listening to the scanner radio. And if the firefighters aren't that comfortable and they're getting stuck and they're running for their lives periodically, I would take this extremely seriously. I wouldn't wait to be told. I just do the smartest thing, which is anywhere in this region along Highway 96 where the storm has been and this lightning, I would go get to a place I knew was safe, like a golf course, a big box store parking lot. Not that there is much out there, but somewhere near a big body of water and a firehouse. And that sort of place, and wherever the officials tell me to go. That's for sure. So let me go back to chat, take a look at what's going on. Hey, John's coming back. Hey, Shaz, yeah, I wish I could participate more in your stream lately. You've been doing some cool stuff. Okay, so going back up, Catherine, you'll live inside that priory and the tombs in there. Oh my gosh. Oh, I think you meant that I would love the inside there. Yeah. Josh says CA Fire Scanner is reporting that Incident Command has no intel about the southwest or east sides of the fire per about 45 minutes ago. Yeah, that's what they keep saying. They've sent out scouts on foot, so to speak, on in vehicles, and they're waiting for them to reply back. And they keep hailing the lookout tower to see if they can see anything past the clouds and smoke. So, uh, in a way, this is all very primitive. We took for granted, like Dixie Fire last year and the Caldor, where they had FLIR cameras that were long distance and saw right through smoke, gave us color images of the fire. I think that needs to be put all around California. We can't just mess around with this anymore. A tiny investment of 1 penny into cameras is going to save hundreds of dollars in cure. And, like hundreds of thousands of dollars in camera investments, I should say this way, will save us, maybe $500 million in mega fire damage. If we just know where the fire is, we can respond. And if we don't know where the fire is, we can't. This is a wake-up call. We have the technology. Let's put it on the landscape. It was taken down after the Caldor and Dixie Fire, and I just, you know what? Maybe we should look for it now. FLIR Wildfire cameras. Can't remember the company that was doing it. Yeah, but this is what I'm talking about. This is the Dire Mountain camera. Most of my stream last year uh, was looking at Dire Mountain. This is the Dixie Fire, and this could have been one of my screenshots. I mean, a lot of people screenshot this, but this is a 2,500 foot tall fire whirl that's basically a stationary tornado. This is what is in the inside of megafires. And if that looks horrifically dangerous, it is. But sometimes our fire crews and civilians head right towards these things because I can't see them in the smoke. Hang on, they're talking on the radio. I'm listening. So yeah, where's Teledyne FLIR right now? Is there anything? Are any of these cameras in the landscape anywhere in California? This is exactly what we need. So, um, there were multiple fire tornadoes that went across Dire Mountain. We watched them live last year on my stream. You can go back to early August in my stream by date if you ever want to check out things like that. So I'm going to refresh this and make sure that we're not missing any new evacuation info. And then I'm going to go to the general tweets and replies area for this particular fire. So if you want to be caught up on with what a fire's doing on Twitter, this is how you do it. Come on, please load. See what I'm dealing with, guys. I will never take for granted again my 500 symmetrical upload and download speed on fiber optic internet. Like I will never move now. Okay, so, oh, Great. A new fire being called the China Fire is burning west of the McKinney. Great. As of 20 minutes ago, new evacuations. No wonder it's such a broad swath of the environment. This is a huge amount. Okay, so evacuation shelter info for both the McKinney and the China 2 fire. So he's calling it China 2. They're calling it China Fire. I did not mean to click that. So what you do is you click the hashtag and you go to the latest column. So we're on hash McKinney right now. So my God, the temporary evacuation points are Siskiyou County Fairgrounds at 240 Sharps Road in Yreka. There's a shelter at Karuk Wellness Center at 1403 Katishram near Yreka. Kahtishram. Small animals can go to the Rescue Ranch at 221 Oberlin Road, Yreka. And if you want to know where I'm putting all this info, you just go to Twitter and you look up my Twitter handle, which is @Wildfires. And if I go to my profile, I bet I can link it direct. So where's my home? Where's my profile? I think it's my little person check. There we go. Yeah, I never did the setup profile. I haven't had time. So how do I link to myself? Right here. Oh yeah, like that. Let's go. And everybody that I retweet, you should probably follow if you want to know about fires, because I just follow the people who know about fires. Okay. Mountain Mike, hey, says dry lightning burst can cause 100 starts out from one storm in that county between Happy Camp, Syed, and Yreka in 24 hours. Knowledge from the 70s when I worked there. I don't doubt it. You know, it's pretty typical that late July and early August is California's lightning like storm season. The northern part of the state and generally the Sierras over by Yosemite in the south too will just get a whole lot of lightning. So the new fire called the Evans Fire. That's true. There's the Evans Fire as well, but now there's the China Fire. It's the Evans Fire is west of McKinney on State Highway 96 at the bottom of Evans Mountain. Dang. So Evans Mountain, you can do this. You can say Evans Mountain, Siskiyou County, California. That should, at least Cal Topo knows about mountains and such. So there's Evans Mountain and China Peak. Maybe the China Fire and the Evans is the same thing because there's China Peak and Evans Mountain. I don't want to say that, but there's already been a lot of confusion about what the heck's going on. So if we put on our fire activity modus and veers, let's go back to GOES. Now GOES has been failing just in general this month, so on CalTopo, I don't know what's wrong with it. Now, it doesn't have any detections over there by Evans Mountain, but usually a fire has to be big enough to trip the satellite. We've got reds again all over to the east side where the proper McKinney Fire is. This red means in the last 15 minutes from the time right here, which was 54, 55, it's 4 minutes ago. The red detection means somewhere within the giant square, somewhere, was a heat detection visible from space, meaning at least several acres in size in general, or extremely, extremely hot, like something like a, steel plant or something in Pittsburgh. So over here at Evans Mountain is more. Break away an engine, have them drive down Highway 96. Something is starting to light up. We need to put an engine down there to save it. But he broke up. I don't know what building is starting to light up. But it's mostly, since it's being so erratic, they're just trying to save structures. I have not heard for a couple of hours now about anybody trapped or needing rescue. At Fort Goff, Harley Ryder says, okay. The Evans and Josh says, so far, I've seen Evans, China, and China 2 fires. McKinney Fire seems to be catching all the tweets. That's good. So we'll stick with the McKinney hash. And thank you so much, Josh, for that info. This is so crazy to keep up with. So I'm gonna go back to my own tweets and replies. And just hit the McKinney tag that way. Uh, McKinney Fire, and if you get stuck on the top, make sure you're on latest. Top will be like stuff from 5 hours ago. It just means that the topics where people hit the like button a lot. But here, if you're on the latest, like this is 2 minutes ago, this guy from California Disasters says McKinney Fire looking downright apocalyptic nearing 1 a.m. as the new normal once again exerts itself. Yeah. So much for wildfires laying down at night anymore. Wait a second. Why would anybody expect a wildfire to lay down when it just started in the middle of a ferocious windstorm at night, though? That doesn't quite make sense. Anyway, um, it just sort of started. That series of storms is not over. This fire is a strong pyrocumulus cloud. Um, okay, so that's not somebody that I think I follow. It's just somebody tweeting. Okay, so evacuations, blah, blah, blah. The evacuation point from McKinney Fire and the China Fire both have been relocated from, am I saying this right? Syad to Yreka? Or what's the pronunciation? So that's coming down the pipe as of 4 minutes ago. And this comes straight from, looks like Watch Duty. So I'm going to retweet that. Temporary evacuation point has been relocated to the Siskiyou County Fairgrounds. The shelter is located at Karuk, Karuk Wellness Center in Yreka. So they're just telling the civilians to go to Yreka. And let's look down here. More blah, blah, blah. 8:05 weather. The creek fires plume. Okay. Shaver Lake. Okay, blah, blah. I said, but that's just the first night, and the McKinney Fire is showing its potential. Yeah. So as of 27 minutes ago, that was the evacuations. Let's refresh Stonehaven. This is Stonehaven proper. Community.stonehaven.com. And when it gets around to it, all right, let me look at chat. Check out the Fort Jones 1 cam. Okay. Oh, the post office. They're trying to save the post office, is David Huss. I see. All right. So Chase Winks has confirmed 2 separate fires. Are you related to Mike Wink? uh, yeah, this has been rapidly evolving since it began. Just absolutely nuts. So Josh's Twitter pop-up is on the stream. So it's like Joshception. All right, let's go look at Fort Jones and look at its last 15 minutes. Whoa, that is bright. That's a lot of light on the cam. Okay, 15-minute time lapse. Last 15 minutes, guys. Holy mackerel. It's a beast. Wow. So if you want to look at the perspective of where we're viewing it, this is the map. You guys can get an idea of just the general wide. It's got an extremely wide view on the McKinney Fire. This is probably it from west to east, where the Evans would be off the screen, and I don't see another cam looking at it. If the other cam would look west or northwest, that would be great. The Fort Jones too, but it's looking the wrong direction. It's looking southeast. I wonder. Yeah, the Baldy Mountain organ is too far away, and it's not going to be useful. And did any of the other cams pivot? Wild Frontier. Nope, it's not good enough. So this is so mountainous that very few will be tall enough to see far away. So it looks like we're left with just the 2 cams, the Fort Jones 1 and Antelope Mountain. So let's do a 15-minute time lapse of Antelope Mountain. That was south of Yreka. It's looking to the northwest at mostly just the eastern part of the McKinney. And why is it off the screen? This needs to be re-aimed. Okay. We'll wait for it to get its stuff together, I guess. Okay, looking back at the chat. White Country Stacking, thank you so much for your $5 donation. I am really hurting for money. On the road, I've been dropping $300 here, $300 there, not only in the gas tank, but on um, SD cards and solid state drives and stuff, trying to make the computer work, try to get live. Josh says you can see it in the distance on the herd peak too. Okay, cool. Let's check that out. And Paul Coffee says it's a big one. Yeah. Chase Wink says, yeah, I actually am related to Mike Wink. Do you know him? Well, that's what I'm thinking. The Cal Fire, like Mike Wink, who did those amazing speeches before the Dixie Fire, like in August. Those were incredible. We loved the Mike Wink speeches. So we were praising him. That's some good speechcraft skills he had. He was invoking the right mix of hope and giving energy to the crews and shocking them awake with the reality of, remember the Eagle Fire in the 80s when a fire tornado overwhelmed a crew and severely burned firefighters and tossed them like rag dolls into the air near Janesville. Janesville's by Susanville. I mean, day after day, he got better at his speeches. It was cool. Hey, Cheryl Simpson, how are you? Mountain Mike says, does Lake... One moment, there's radio chatter. Hang on. Oh no. Oh no. The post office, there's a struggle to save the post office. They said that... One moment. They said smoke's coming out of the attic vents. Okay, so they arrived at the post office. They were trying to save it. They said they knocked down the fire around the post office, but there's smoke coming out underneath the roof eaves. So they said, well, what do you need to make this happen to save the building? And they said, well, a couple of CAL FIRE engines just showed up, and they're going to do what they can. And they said, keep us posted. So the battle for the post office is ongoing, and hopefully they can save it. Um, dang, that's sad. So the is it over here? Okay, there's new road closures on Twitter. Let's take a look. From Highway 96 at Scott River Road and Highway 96 and Highway 263. Both are hard closures. Avoid the area. Do you have contact with 2642? Negative. I have 2640 with me. I'm across Walker Bridge. I just drove in here. There's a couple treed down on the road. Send somebody to clear these trees. That's the only way we're going to get a mechanic to get to you tomorrow. They said, we know about the trees. Our plan was to push them out in the light. There's 2 engines with air brake problems that are stuck. They're brand new, apparently. So I said roughly 4 miles up. Just came across Walker Bridge, hung a right, came back a little ways, and that's where the trees are down. They said, no, we're 4 miles up McKinney. I guess the road or the creek. So that's what they're discussing. Sorry, I can't give you audio, but this is a new platform. This is a temporary arrangement. So I'm glad you're doing good, Cheryl. That's unfortunate, said, did the community hall burn? Unknown. They said they ran away from the community center and then Oak. Can you guys tell me, answer me a question actually? Tell me if the community center and the work center is that the same thing? Let me get away from the Evans Mountain search because it'll try to snap back to Evans Mountain. where it said Oak Knoll Camp, work camp, is that the same thing? It's been a little bit of confusion. Listening. Crested over the ridge to Milk Creek. They're knocking on doors, but they found no residents. Wow. That was pretty staticky. I can't make that out. Dispatch is even fainter. Just bear with me here. I have my cell phone recording that, but if okay, I can up my volume. Fire has crested the ridge. It's in the drainage of Milk Creek area. Scott Bar Mountain. I couldn't make that out. What locals? What do you think that is? Climbing through their community hall is somewhat safe on the gravel bar. Mountain Mike says. Okay. Paul says on computers, does anybody know if it's normal for solid state drives to give off more heat? It actually is, yeah. Um, Scott Bar. Okay, he says Scott Bar. No, it's not. It's the Oak Knoll Firehouse on the Google Maps, I believe. Okay. So, hey, Harley Rider, thanks so much. So, yeah, if it's an NVMe or M2 drive, those are famous for just getting flaming hot. So I have an NVMe solid state drive that's, the stick-looking drives. Look like a stick, like a circuit board. And that thing, in most of those, if you look at the actual, uh, hang on a second. If you look at the like how fast it can go. That's before they heat up, then they throttle themselves down. Hang on. Gathering, if possible, McKinney Creek. The power poles and lines have been compromised up Mill Creek Road. So the NVMEs slow down. Hang on. Division Kilo's out scouting right now. I don't know who else is further out to the west currently. Just to clarify, you're saying power lines are blocking Mill Creek going towards McKinney. Okay. Power companies looking for information, but they are compromised by the fire. We need to give them an answer one way or another. But they're so hairy on that. Whoa. If we could somehow get some updated information, we need to pass it along. I confirm there's definitely going to be power pole damage on the 46 and the 45 road in that drainage. 132 copies. Okay, sorry, but going back to solid state drives, I've never known the ones that look like a credit card, the SATA solid state drives to get very hot. But the NVMEs and M2s will get blazing hot. And so if you want to keep them running at the advertised speeds, you gotta invest in some heat sinks, which are just chunks of aluminum that go on them and screw on. And I have a 2 terabyte NVMe drive that's a USB-C external drive. And I specifically bought the enclosure that had a fan on it because if you just stick it in a metal box, or worse yet, a plastic box, those things just get red hot and throttle themselves down. So I hope that answers your question. So yeah, don't block the fans. Yeah. Um, yeah, Shockwave, hi there, says, yeah, the fire took down some power poles. Goodness, yeah. I mean, that's, yeah. Cheryl says, I'm pretty sure Kentucky would share water if they could have. They have massive flooding. Isn't that always the way it is? Okay, so, hey, Chase Wink, are you involved in firefighting? How'd you find the channel? That's pretty cool to have you here. Um, Carly Ryder says, it's dark and cloudy, so they can't fly copters and planes until morning. Oh yeah, it's extremely turbulent storms that have been going by. Let's go back and replay the earlier weather. Like you'll be shocked. Okay, so like here's the time lapse. You can see the massive torrential rain, and then it stops. I'm listening one moment. I mean, you could see the crazy clouds, the smoke, the the column gets wide, the wind. He's So a scout's going with a guide to get him past Quigley's. He's going to go up to Collier's. Patrol 12 is headed back downriver from Quigley's. Give them a shout when they get a little closer. It's like, this is the state of the fire. They just have people in cars driving around trying to look at things from vantage points, and then they have to drive back around to where they have radio reception and report back. This is like the technology of the 1920s being utilized here. But you can see, look at the clouds. Just look at this massive storm series that just rolled through the area. Multiple lightning strikes. A nightmare. The wind would be mild for a bit, and they'd move in, the fire crews, and then it would change on them, blow back on them, and they'd be running for their lives. And they finally just said, just protect structures and get people out. They lost track of people and had to do rescues. It's been a crazy one. Okay, I'm listening to the radio. Let me go back and chat too. Vortices, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a dense forest region, yeah, and it's a steep river canyon. We need bolt cutters or something. There's power lines across the road. It's between here and Oak Knoll. Negative. It's not Oak Knoll, down by where the old, what? I couldn't make that out. And he goes, his reply was broken. Okay, so they're saying get bolt cutters to cut power lines. Oh my God, that just frightens me. Okay, I see Klamath 357 inquiring. Where you are at Scott Bar Station is definitely made its way to Mill Creek. We need evacuations in place for Mill Creek as well. Stalker's up there knocking on doors right now. Rendezvous with him. But we've been unable to raise him on either Black or KMF. If you guys need help, we'll be more than willing. You give me a rough legal? What does that mean? Okay, so they're gonna evacuate the Mill Creek area, guys. Mill Creek drainage. The power line is burning right now. Not sure how far down into the Mill Creek drainage it made it, but it's up and over the ridge. Oh yeah. A-firm, we can see it quite well from Scott Bar down here. Break division kilo, I see. Okay, so it's a rapidly evolving situation, John. So Hans Gruber, hi. Yeah. I've never seen such an apocalyptic view of a fire as I do on the Fort Jones one right now. Yeah, it's pretty insane. So the radio is really crackly. I can't make it out. It's crossed over the Bald Mountain, Mill Creek all the way down, or 3/4 of the way, or halfway. I've seen worse. Scott Bar, I can see active flame at the top of the Mill Creek drainage. Not sure how far down it is. Oh, you should have seen what took out Greenville last year. It's burning. It was still a little bit too broken for me to hear. No, you haven't seen fire till you've seen this. 3,000-foot tall fire vortexes. I can't make out the thing he's saying. He said if it starts moving down to Scotts Bar, I will let you know. I'm going to stay awake on this. I don't mean to minimize what this is, but it is Class A horrible. A plus was last year in the Dixie is all I'm trying to say. I can see active fire looking up from Mill Creek from Scotts Bar. Yeah. RP says my mother's listening to from Yreka through my speakerphone, Alaska. Well, I listened to your live feed. Thank you for doing what you're doing. You're very welcome. Oh my goodness. I can barely do this, and if anybody wants to help support this stream with any sort of donation or just link sharing right now, like that would help. I definitely need to fundraise for a new laptop so I can keep doing this on the road. That's unfortunate, says my neighbor says This area hasn't burned for like 100 years on Walker Road. Yeah, that's going to be a heavy fuel load. Chase Wink says, yeah, the area hasn't had significant fire history in almost a century. So your mom's okay then. I'm glad. I'm sorry. I missed that somewhere. Chase Wink says, pretty crazy how the Dixie Fire started. I heard the initial dispatch. I joked how I thought it would need to go because of high potential and a terrible location. One day later, he was gone. Hang on, there was some radio chatter. The day after the Dixie Fire began, I was thinking it would be a pretty done deal in a few days. My broadcast is still there, July 14th of last year. That's all date coded in my video archive on YouTube. But I thought because of the recent Paradise Fire strengthened the lines, and then the Bear Fire strengthened the lines in that canyon, that they were working with fresh lines and there wasn't that much to burn yet. Boy, oh my God, was I wrong? Yeah. So I would not be in Scottsbar right now. Josh was saying there's no evacuation warnings on Stonehaven for Scottsbar, but I thought there was. Um, I'm gonna go Scottsbar. Uh, Siskiyou. Uh, is it like this for Jones? Norm. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Um, oh, poor Hawkinsville. They've had a lot of traumatic stuff. Um, that's why Yreka. Not Scottsbar Road, Scottsbar. Yeah. Whoopsie. Normal. Status normal. Ah, I see what they're saying. It's down south of Hamburg. I would not be there right now. I would be packing my stuff up and making my way south and getting out. This is too erratic and wild. The wind is carrying the embers across the ridge tops. And I was reading from Zeke Lunder's article today. He's a great person to follow. He said that when the erratic winds and storms push embers from mountaintop to mountaintop, he called it satanic hopscotch. He's got away with words. My goodness. So, Donna, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher your name, Suti. Recognize your voice from Butte County Fire. Thanks for your work. You're very welcome. Very welcome. You can see the glow in the cameras in Oregon and Humboldt County. Yeah, I imagine so. And oh, thank you for putting my PayPal link up. I need to get like a one-stop shopping of how people can donate. I'm gonna put up a Patreon too. Harley Ryder says, much further to the west, there was this large fire, the Slater fire, I think a few years ago. Yeah, I remember that. That was unmanned over by Cave Junction. The Slater and the Devil Fire were unmanned when they took people off to fight the Dixie and save Medford and all that. So everybody in Cave Junction was like, um, when are we going to be helped? And the answer was just like everybody at Hayfork and all of the Coast Range Mountains of California, everybody involved with the McCash and McFarland, you are on your own and you are screwed because it's low population. They'll always peel crews off away from northwestern California to save everybody else. So these little communities, though, are beginning to protect themselves with, like common sense. They're telling Incident Command to place a phone call right now. Um, he's out of cell service is the reply. Let's go back to the cams. This cam is just still off kilter. Let's do the last 15 minutes. Jeez. It's a raging inferno. Would you like to expand the evacuation orders to the zone containing Scotts Bar? That is an affirmative. So guys, new evacuation, Scotts Bar area. Mandatory or a warning, dispatch asks. Waiting for response. Somebody else is talking about the 2 disabled fire engines. We need to know about the evacuation, though. Is it mandatory or not? Please switch to attack channel because we have medical going on. What attack channel? 3 miles east of Horse Creek. Rough estimate of fire progression. Like you said, Coal Creek to that area, but I don't care what it says for evacuation. If it's even a warning, I suggest getting out. They're going to put either a warning or a mandatory on this region. Oh boy, there's a video. I don't. Okay, Josh, do you think that would be copyright free? Is it from the firefighters or is it like? It's broken, but do you want to wait on that or alert residents? I think. Are you confirm? Are we telling them knocking on people's doors, evacuating Mill Creek? Question mark. What's the reply? I'm waiting. If you haven't heard, the Scotts Bar area is going under evacuation notice. I'm inquiring if we're going to have anybody up here like law enforcement knocking on doors. Okay. People in Mill Creek and Scotts Bar, please just go. Nobody is currently at Scotts Bar doing evacs because they're trying to make their way there. He goes, okay, we'll go from there. So I believe this is about to flip yellow or red any second now with Siskiyou County's evacuation. But like I said, everybody, the best outcome that you can have in a wildfire is choosing to leave before you're told to. Hang on. Fires over the creek. It's 4 miles from Scott Bar. It's over the crest. It's going from the east and the south, bumping along that ridge. Sorry. 4 miles to the east of Horse Creek. It might be further than that now. It's kind of pushing down that way. Everything is further down drainage on the south side. Damage report. As far as road access on 96, how we looking? Are power lines down? Power lines are down. Just downriver from the post office. Are you knocking on doors at Scott's Bar? Confirm. I just put an evac order on for Scott's Bar, but there's no law enforcement out there to make it happen. A crew that's already there says, yeah, we will start knocking on doors in Scott's Bar. So it's confirmed mandatory, guys. I'm listening. Our top house is down the road a little there. We're worrying about it. Furthest house up Mill Creek. No answer. Work your way down from there. So that's where the fire is, at the furthest house up Mill Creek, where it was coming towards it. So they were trying to get up there to warn that person, but they probably already left. But they're going to check. So everything still remains a rapidly changing fluid situation. Okay, let me look back at chat. Kathryn is, yes, I'm at California base. Right now I'm in El Dorado County, but I live in the Portland area because I'm a California local, but I moved up there in my teen years. So I'm down here trying to film the aftermath of the Caldor fire and interview people who were affected by the Dixie and the Caldor. So we just flew out of the Jackson and Placer airports and flew over the Caldor burn scars. And I just got back from Tahoe filming 88 and the aftermath of the fire there. So I'm trying to make a documentary about what happened last year. We came down to be in the parade at Chester on the 4th of July to represent the Hero Helper team that we created and try to get more awareness that the channel exists for the people who need it, the people that live in the mountains. And Chase Wink says, where will I be able to watch it? Oh, bless you. Yeah. You're very welcome, John Sater. And B says, yeah, I went through the car fire, just leave. Yeah, that was an insane fire. Yeah, so let's see. Oh, Shockwave, hi, welcome. Good seeing you again. Yeah, it is definitely. I won't even say it might be unwise, like Donna Sudi says, to wait for a mandatory evacuation. It's not just. Ow, sorry, there's a loud tone in my ear. Um, it's definitely unwise to wait for a mandatory evacuation or knock on your door. They are spread thin. Like there's communities they want evacuated and they don't even have anybody there to send right now. They have to peel people off structure protection around 96 proper in order to send people to knock on doors. That's why it's so good to get out by yourself. This is just nuts. This is the Fort Jones 1 cam. It's looking to the north. And it's absolutely massive. So let's put it in live view here and look back at the latest with the McKinney Fire. Whoa. Yeah, latest. Come on, stop going to the top tab. Okay. If nobody else is going to say it, then I have to. Nope, here it is. CA Fire Scanner 1 minute ago. He's got our back. He's awesome. He's saying the fire is into Mill Creek, approximately 4 miles east of Scotts Bar. Scotts Bar equal evacuation orders now on Stonehaven, but no personnel is available right now to go knocking door to door for evacs. Highway 96 is closed between blah 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 blah. Highway 263 and Scott River Road. Power lines and trees are down across the highway. So they're sending people with bolt cutters, they said, to get that cleared up. Wow. Even if I knew the power lines were turned off, I would be quaking in my boots with fear if I was told to go cut power lines with bolt cutters. But then again, it's a very quick way to die, so maybe you shouldn't fear it at all. Like you'd never know you had an accident. The last thing you would see is your bolt cutters nearing that cable. It'd probably arc to you and kill you instantly. Maybe a blue flash or something. This is why being a firefighter is like being a badass. Uh, Hammond Ranch fire, Gazelle fire, fully involved vehicle fire, southbound Interstate 5. Oh, please don't. Oh, please don't become a new one. Wow. Old Highway US 99 can resume normal traffic. Okay. So, when other people go to sleep, we're here all night when we need to be here for the people, guys. I'm here on a really crappy laptop, but here we are. Yeah. Hans Gruber says, if you're lucky or unlucky, really, your arms explode. Oh, God. Yeah. Stonehaven has been updated, Josh says, to show mandatory evacuation Scotts Bar. Definitely we should show that to people too. Thank you so much, Josh. So yeah, just like we suspected, it went red instantly. Now I don't know if anybody in this area is actually listening. I mean, we got one confirmed person listening from Yreka, but since they already lost power, and I can't imagine that's a good cell phone reception area, I don't think anybody can hear what we're doing. But we try anyway. Because I mean, who else is doing it? Everybody has YouTube pre-installed on their phone, but not Twitter. Besides, a lot of the older people just have no idea how to use Twitter, and it's just really too difficult to explain to people. Um, okay, going back up to the chat. Uh, I'm not sure where you're saying where will we be able to watch it. Oh, if you mean my old broadcasts, you just click on my channel, like my own name, and you go to videos and then just do a search for the date. Like all of Mike Wink's speeches were every morning at 7 during the Dixie when he was. The vehicle fire is just south of the weed rest area. Hopefully that's not going to become a new vegetation fire. So Chase says going to sleep. We'll tune in tomorrow. Okay, very, very good. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody. So Shockwave says, so wait, there's short-staffed on this fire too. Geez, that's dangerous. Well, every rural community is generally out short-staffed on any kind of wildfire until mutual aid kicks in from other counties. Like there's a lot of counties where the only firefighters are volunteers just in the middle of nowhere, and they have plastic helmets and stuff, because they can't afford anything. I think there definitely needs to be a lot of changes about how we fund our rural firefighters because they're on the front lines. They should have the best equipment, and it shouldn't be determined whether or not their county is rich or poor or not, or their state is rich or poor. We need to go national and give all of our heroes the equipment that they need. Okay. And we need to put high-speed internet and wireless technology all over the landscape. 5G everywhere. None of this, let's send out a scout with a radio 1920s style. We need mountaintop cameras that are FLIR, and we need high-speed internet so these firefighters can like text each other maps and actually reach people. actually do reverse 911 to everybody's cell phones so that people actually can find out they need to leave, so that the firefighters don't have to stop fighting the fire to go knock on people's doors. This we've got this technology, we need to have it. Um, but until that day comes, here we are. All right, let's look back at Twitter. And oh, here's a 10-hour time lapse of the McKinney Fire. You guys ready? Check this out. This is something I can show because this is not copyrighted. Wow. You can see some aircraft showed up, but what a hell of a storm to fly into. I don't think they were able to do that for very long. I was flying in the mountains, filming the Caldor's aftermath and the Dixie's aftermath with C-Pro being my pilot in a Cessna 182. And boy, the afternoon daily winds in the mountains were something to behold. They just shaking the airplane. We'd just be flying along smoothly. And then I would bash my camera into the window of the airplane with the turbulence. I would go weightless for a second as we dropped like 12 feet, and then we would come right back up. And that's just mild afternoon mountain winds. So if you are in a tanker trying to drop water and getting, 100 feet off the ground, can you imagine what winds would do to slam an aircraft into the side of a mountain? Like they can't fly during crazy storms like this. It's just not possible. Oh, there's a tone right in my ear that's incredibly loud. I'm going to turn that down a second. You guys are kind of lucky you can't hear half of these irritating sounds. But this is the start of the McKinney Fire 10-hour time lapse. This is coming up on midnight, and then 20 past, 30 past, 45 past, 1 in the morning, and then it loops. Is this looping? Oh, that's what Twitter does. I'm sorry, friends. Unreal. So I'm going to retweet that if you want to see that incredible 10-hour time lapse of the McKinney, excuse me. Yeah, goodness. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be showing copyrighted stuff. Let's go back to uh, stuff that's not copyrighted. So this is our live view. I'm going to do a 15-minute time lapse of the Fort Jones because this continues to look apocalyptic. I mean, I agree with that assessment. This is explosive, and this is going to be our next big one. The Oak Fire, then this one. I mean, the Electra has had a huge potential, and they got really lucky with weather, and they just threw everything they had at it and stopped it. I mean, to have boaters trapped in a powerhouse, that's something you don't see every day. But boy, did they get on it, and they took no prisoners. The house that I'm in would have been toast if the Electra fire wasn't cleared. Uh, it was just declared 100% contained too. But we're still suffering from the smoke of it, and the Oak Fire drifted up here. If you look outside, like the window here in El Dorado County, we're halfway up the mountains to Tahoe, and well, about a third really. And there's just this haze. My eyes are just stinging red, and I'm not sleeping very well. Okay, Shockwave says probably one of the many reasons the firefighters have such a hard time fighting them. Yeah, you need definitely more infrastructure. We need also to have to do away with the roadless wilderness nonsense. You need to have fire access road, otherwise the wilderness burns up. So what are you protecting, really? Xaz73 says, Kathryn, searching this fire online, you appear to be at the top of the video list. Yay, I guess. I don't want to be. I'd rather the officials do this job, but I'll do it for them if I have to. But at least people can find us. Avocado Flight says they moved a bunch of the super tankers up to Medford. They'll definitely be hitting us hard from the air first thing. I'm curious as to why they're in Medford. Isn't Shasta usually the one with all that retardant? Maybe it's the weather forecast that they're moved to Medford. That would make sense, actually. But thank you, Avocado, for telling us about that. Let me go back up to even in the city during the Oakland fire, no one told us to evacuate. Oh, Donna, you were in that. Oh, We just left on our own. My grandpa was a firefighter. Wow, the Oakland fire was something intense. They said that a new structure was on fire every 38 seconds to 1 minute and a half. That the firefighters just couldn't keep up with it. It just burned through the city. That was another example of a autumn/winter time Santa Ana/Diablo wind fire. The autumn and the winter is California's worst fire season. Just north of Edgewood, a vehicle fire. Dang. Okay, so at least some people can find us. That's good. Um, hey Wendy, hello. Wendy T says Captain's the only one who covers fires that I found ever. Well, on Twitter, people tweet about them, you know, and then the KCRA does amazing coverage of from the air, but then they don't really talk. They just show like aerial drops. They kind of need to put both together, video and maybe somebody from the studio telling people what to do 24/7. But that's why I do this. Is I was dismayed. Oh, hang on a second. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. The news moves on to like Leave It to Beaver episodes. They don't even cover fires as much as they cover like school snow closures. You know how those things like scroll by when Leave It to Beaver comes on for daytime TV? Well, you would think during the firestorm crisis of 2020 they would have told people evacuation info, but the news went on, and I said, "Screw this! I'm going live." Okay, there's a weather forecast for tonight. They're about to read. One moment. George Herbert says even a mile away from the Oakland firestorm, it was terrifying. Yeah, I wish I could show you some images of that right now, but it's mostly all copyrighted. But that was a wake up call for California. Wildfires don't just affect the countryside. And no, it's not because of urban sprawl. Everybody deserves what they get for taking away raccoon and coyote habitat. No, no, no. These fires erase existing towns and cities. Temperatures trend slightly lower on Sunday. Oh, God. Thunderstorms and strong gusty winds continue into Monday. Oh, oh my God. 50-mile-an-hour winds. Gusty and erratic winds in the vicinity of the pyrocumulus. Oh, 10 to 12% minimum humidity. Oh my God. I'm gonna read the 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 weather forecast just because you guys, this is just going and going and going, and there's no way I can translate without talking over what she's about to say. Wow. Hot, dry conditions continue this afternoon. This is the weather for Klamath, California. A few showers and isolated thunderstorms have developed over Trinity County this afternoon. Coverage is expected to remain limited and they should be diminished by sunset. Well, no, they didn't. These are expected to be fairly dry storms. Afternoon storms are possible once again in Trinity County on Saturday afternoon. Conditions continue to look marginal, so I've kept a slight chance but expanded the coverage mostly into Trinity County. Sunday, the upper level low approaches the area and the flow starts to turn more southwesterly. This isn't as favorable for thunderstorms, but there's still some instability. For now, expanded coverage. We've expanded the coverage to most of Trinity County, but kept it at a slight chance. Any storms that do form will likely move into Siskiyou County fairly quickly. The temperatures will start to feel cool slightly on Saturday and a bit more on Sunday at Klamath, California. Monday temperatures in most areas expected to drop below 100 degrees. Relative humidity will start to increase. The marine layer will gradually expand as well. Excessive heat warning, blah, blah, blah. Small craft advisories, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to look up Scott's Bar. The community center is pretty secure. It has fire all around it, though. Wow. Oh, he just said all structures on either side of 96 are, and then he kind of broke up. Did he say leveled or okay? Fire to the west downriver is approximately Coal Creek. It's not too bad. We worry more about the stuff that's dropping into Mill Creek now. He says, yeah, A-firm, that's a totally different beast. Wow. He said leveled. Okay, then that would be our first big confirmation of a lot of structures lost. Uh, the Facebook group, I should follow Siskiyou Grapevine. Cool. Thank you, Josh. Um, yeah. So this is a terrible, terrible weather forecast. This is not going to improve. Um, so looking back up at the chat, looking. Zachary says my dad lives in Syad Valley. Is it Syad? Syad? I just don't know how to say this. He's a firefighter with the Forest Service. I appreciate your coverage. You're very welcome. Looking down. This is probably outside of KCRA service area. True, true. George Herbert, true. Not like you, dear, says Wendy. Right? So Donna says it's hard to follow logging maps during a fire when landmarks are gone and there's no signs and tree debris falling on the road. And you know what? I don't think they have logging road maps really, because the nature of logging, they make their own roads and close them with their own little bulldozers. Just thinking about people coming and partying near their trees, like they will routinely take a logging road and dig a ditch into it so nobody else can drive on it. And whether or not they update the firefighters is probably a no. Um, what you can do is you can go to like satellite maps and try to see where new logging roads exist, but they might be a couple years old. And did they destroy the entrance to the road with a ditch? Um, is there a logging gate? Where do you get the keys? The gates are pretty robust. I don't think you could ram them down even with a big truck. They would have to even like there's like a protection against bolt cutting on the underside of the gates. It's like a tube because I've looked in one that surprised me. I go out into the woods to ghost towns, and I went to film one that I'd been to within a year. And I took my friends out there who were visiting. It's the remains of an old lumber mill that like concrete structure, and it survived the 1933 Tillamook burn. I mean, well, it didn't survive; it burned, but the walls are still standing. So I go out there to like show them this historical place, and there's this new gate. Never been a gate there before. 75 years. Last 75 years, never been a gate. Suddenly there is one. And I looked underneath this big cylinder that size of a basketball, and deep up in there is this lock. So you'd have to have like a super specialized pair of bolt cutters that would do a 90-degree angle turn to even get up on there to get that gate open. Uh, so what if they give the keys to fire crews? Well, which one of them has it in a crisis? It's a lot more sketchy than you would think. And I think firefighters by now are pretty much trained to never drive where they don't know where they're going and don't know that there's a good shelter in place option ahead of them. Uh, they just don't go where they can be trapped. So I'm going to put a weather alert for Fort Jones. So here is the updated weather forecast, updated at 8:45 p.m. yesterday. And let me play this time lapse again. What dangerously hot daily high temperatures between 100 and 115 degrees Fahrenheit for the valleys, 90 to 100 degrees mid elevations, 80 to 90 degrees in the mountains. Overnight lows will be also much warmer than normal, in the mid 60s and 70s. Where? Most of Josephine and Jackson counties in southern Oregon, most of Siskiyou County in northern California. This includes Rogue, Illinois, Applegate, Lower Klamath River, Scott and Shasta valleys, as well as the surrounding areas. When? Until 11 p.m. Pacific Sunday. Impacts: extreme heat will significantly increase the potential for heat-related blah 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 blah. Drink your water, stay cool. Additional details: the duration of this heat wave will be particularly long and likely to be a top 5 event in the climate record for duration. Take advantage of the cooler overnight and morning periods if you want to beat the heat. Precautionary preparedness blah blah blah. Drink plenty of fluids. So the second warning of the Fort Jones, California area is red flag warning in effect from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday for abundant lightning on dry fuels for these fire areas. Fire weather watch in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday morning for abundant lightning on dry fuels. The National Weather Service in Medford has issued a red flag warning, which is in effect from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Saturday. A fire weather watch was issued. This fire weather watch is in effect from Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. The impacts: abundant lightning on critically dry vegetation will likely result in numerous new fire starts. You ain't kidding. Gusty thunderstorm winds could contribute to fire spread despite locally heavy downpour that could be wetting. The initial attack resources could be overwhelmed, and holdover fires are possible. You don't say. Affected areas, blah, 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 where we're looking at. Wind, gusty outflow winds with 30 to as high as 50 miles an hour will be possible with stronger thunderstorm cells Saturday and again Sunday into Monday. Let me listen to the radio real quick. Okay, they were just saying something. Crickets. Yreka engine 1184 is available. I'm sure. Incident number is SKU 6212. Okay. Thunderstorms on Sunday. Let's look at the live. I don't know why they haven't turned that camera right now. Let's go back to real time. Thunderstorms on Saturday. Thunderstorms are expected to develop mid to late afternoon on western Siskiyou County, across the Siskiyous and over portions of the Oregon Cascades. These thunderstorms are then likely to propagate against Jackson and Josephine counties Sunday into Monday. An approach of low pressure will bring another round of lightning to areas along the Cascades and east of the coastal ranges. Rainfall. Thunderstorms on Saturday will begin dry and then transition to a mix of wet and dry. Sunday into Monday, the thunderstorms will be a mix of wet and dry as well. Locally significant wetting rainfall will be possible with some of the thunderstorms, especially the slow-moving ones. Precautionary preparedness actions. Please avoid tossing burning cigarettes on the ground, parking hot vehicles in dry vegetation, and using equipment that can cause a spark. Follow wildfire restrictions. Find links to the restrictions here. Here's my really sarcastic addition to this. Don't bother taking fire precautions because, the sky is going to light fires anyway. They might as well say that. No matter what you do, you're going to get a fire because there's multiple lightning strikes everywhere. So hold on to your butts, pack your bags, get out of the danger zone, and wait. Really. Gather your fire evacuation kit right now. Okay, back to the real NOAA weather forecast. Collect essentials you don't want to lose and prioritize your checklist. Visit ready.gov/kit for your info. It just basically means get your medication, your pet food, your electronics, your things that expect to be evacuated for a long time. Like you're going on a vacation, except it's horrifying. Familiarize yourself with your evacuation plan. Where will you go? How will you get there? Yes. My own addition is make your A, B, and C evacuation route, which is 3 different roads that are paved in 3 different directions. And my own advice is to look where on satellite maps, wherever a creek goes under a road, there's either a culvert or a bridge. Mark those on your map. Check them out before you need to evacuate, and mark on your map the good places to shelter underneath the road and a bridge or a culvert. Do not drive through flames. Do not drive down a sketchy road where fire might be in front of you already. Stop where there are good shelter options and wait. Just like the guy exemplified today who stayed on the Beaver Creek Bridge instead of moving. He knew he was in a safe spot, so he stayed right there and he was safe. That's what the pros do. That's what you can do. But don't wait until the fire starts before you get out of your car and start looking under the road. Make sure these things are big enough for you to fit inside and there's access way before fires start. Anyway, back to NOAA weather. Blah, blah, blah. A red flag warning does not mean there is a fire. It means critical fire weather conditions are either occurring now or will be shortly. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. If you have not packed an evacuation kit, now's the time to do so. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Fire weather watch is basically the same thing but light that I just read to you. Okay, so in a nutshell, weather looks awful. Weather looks awful. This is going to get bigger if what. Hang on. There was Stalker, whoever that person is, who seems to be a scout. They went to the last house up the highest in Mill Creek. They made sure nobody was there, and they're making their way down from there, knocking on doors, making sure everybody is out. That's what it was just said on the radio. Okay, so let's go to the latest images. Let's do a 15 time lapse. I'm going to look at the chat. Okay, so yep, thank you, Express Van Exorcist. Yeah, the evacuations are changing pretty rapidly. Josh says somebody took a video of a bolt of lightning coming out of the pyrocumulus cloud. Wow. Josh, I asked Holt Hanley live one time during the Dixie Fire if, the lightning that comes out of a volcanic cloud. Hang on. Gumboot to McKinney Saddle all the way to what? One moment, there's radio. I missed that last little bit. Okay, so anyway, Holt Hanley, I asked him. Okay, radio again, one moment. I wish they'd repeat themselves. Going back to Scott's Bar. Okay, that's a repeat of what they said about getting people out of Scott Bar. I've retweeted the evacuation info. Thank you guys. New evacuations as of 1:45 a.m. Yep, Scotts Bar. They're asking if there's law enforcement coming to that area. Said he didn't know. Nobody was there a while ago. Derek E. Phillips on Twitter says, he says, there's been at least 4 lightning strikes in the column area within the last 20 minutes. Could you please work? Come on, there you go. There you go. You can do it, computer. Sorry, guys. This is a really ghetto setup I have right now on a bad old laptop. I'm doing what I can, and I appreciate all your patience. I do not have the supercomputer that your guys' donation paid for last year. Now I have to fundraise for a super laptop if I want to take this on the road. Thank you, everybody who has donated, and everybody who just even hits the like button or shares the link to the stream. There's plenty of ways to help that are free. Okay, people are saying as you evacuate, please honk your horn. Yeah, that's a very good thing. Make sure your neighbors know. Knock on their doors. Go to the end of your street. Make sure that they can get in a car that runs. Let them start their car. Make sure they're behind you. Give rides to people who need them. And if anybody's not out or not confirmed out, or if they think they're staying, you have to tell law enforcement. Looking for a fire update. He said, we're not looking at the fire, we're working on evacuations. It was confirmed McKinney Saddle all the way to Gumboot. Do you concur the evacuations of Scott Bar are enough? I said, yes. It definitely should be happening, but for now, that's adequate. So they're not looking at adding new evacuation zones at this time. Okay, going back and looking at my chat. Sam Ferguson says, my wife's evacuating off PCT as we speak. Thanks for Colorado for the coverage. You're very welcome. Now, make your calls, make your texts, wake people up. Now's not the time to worry about people sleeping. Okay. And so, yeah, Josh has some more Facebook posts, which I actually, on this thing, I can't click links. That's a weird thing about StreamYards is I can't actually copy your guys' text. Oh, I see what the hide and show button is. Oh, that's like show somebody's comment on the screen. Oh, wow, look how cool that is. I'm sorry, guys, I didn't know what that button did. But okay, back to what Hanley said, the boy genius wizard who has like a doctorate now in weatherology. I asked him live on his stream about the lightning. I said, can fires generate their own lightning apart, away from a storm? And he didn't know exactly because, hang on, I'm listening to the radio. I'll never be able to finish the story. I'm listening to radio, one moment. They're working Scotch Spar and heading towards the lodge just to help evacuate people. Okay, so Holt Hanley, he's awesome. He's he's covering things when I can't. He's giving Oak Fire updates on what to expect, and he knows everything about the weather. I know very little, and so I said, look, volcanoes generate their own lightning because of the static electricity. Um, it's uh, it's from the ash, and the ash of a volcano is very much different than fire ash. It's basically pulverized glass dust and rock dust. Uh, they shouldn't even call it ash. Death dust or something. Um, it's a lot like glass dust. It'll cut up your lungs. It'll kill your horses. You gotta wear your bandanas and masks. It's there's no question about it. You will die if you keep inhaling volcanic ash. And uh, so that stuff creates a lot of friction in the air, and the friction causes the lightning. So it's static electricity bouncing off it. And so the question I had is when we looked at the pyrocumulus clouds on the cameras, the time lapses of like the bear fire, lightning just shoots out of it, even though there's no moisture in the sky, there's no storm. And so I said, is it the same thing? Is it can static electricity around smoke ash, I mean, wildfire ash, can that create lightning? And so he said, let me ask somebody. And there was like his teacher standing by when he was getting his doctorate in meteorology. The teacher confirmed, yeah, wildfires big enough, uh, with the air dry enough, can create their own lightning. That's when you know it's gotten serious. And occasionally, if we look at these time lapses, we are seeing the fire generate its own lightning at this point, and some of it's from the storms going by. It's like you can no longer really tell anymore. But the some of the flashes are flare-ups, and some of the flashes are straight up lightning. I would say though, most of these are most of these are actually flare-ups because think about it. There's about one photograph being taken per minute with these time lapses. You know how quickly a lightning flash goes by. There's a very, very small chance that it would capture the flash. So I don't think we're going to be seeing that. This is what you see typically. Just watching these night after night. Okay, there's a medical call. I'm going to turn that down in my ear. Okay, Cheryl Simpson says the fire's moving quickly. Make plans to evacuate. Honk your horn as you can to leave to awaken the neighbors. The fire is at Mill Creek, approximately 4 miles east of Scottsbluff. Absolutely. And yeah, click on chat versus top chat. Live chat is what you want. I wish I could just lock it into live chat mode, and I don't know what top chat is about. I think YouTube should just get rid of it. But when people start talking about really old subjects and things we talked about like 20 minutes ago, half the time it's because they put top chat on. I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to be. So Josh says it looks like the lightning video on Facebook was taken from the Big Springs area. Well, okay. So once again, this is your evacuation. It's like basically why Yreka Northwest, almost to Cave Junction, should be evacuated. It's quite a huge area of land. If we zoom out, you guys can get a better idea that just a giant chunk of California is on fire here and at risk. Okay, back to Caltopo. I was thinking the Evans Peak area where they had the Evans Fire and China Fire would show some heat detections, but we don't see any. They might just be small spot fires, or new lightning strike fires that are just not big yet, or either that or the satellites are smoking crack. Really unknown. Um, okay, Jürgen Fay, hi. Greetings from Germany. Guten Tag. So sad to see you back covering the fires. Northern California is my second home. Looking at the drought map, I get pessimistic. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. One moment. Hang on. Radio. Yeah, I'm sad to be back doing this too. But it's the third year of La Nina drought, and that's what we're gonna get. Yeah, Cheryl says, look at how that cloud rotates. It looks like something horrendous. Yeah, yeah. What's that? Oh gosh. There's more than one smoke column on the Antelope Mountain Yreka 1 cam. You see this over to the right? Highway 96 and Scott River Road, 2 patients of unknown medical need. Somebody please attend them. That might be injured civilians. They just hit the roadblock. We'll have to stay tuned to see if anybody's hurt. But that sounds like people got hurt and they made their way to the roadblock. So that was just a medical tone out call. We'll see what's going on. Let me take a look at. Yeah, this is the far eastern portion of the fire. No, actually, the camera pivoted. What's it doing? What's it doing? Um, yeah, it just keeps rotating randomly, looking at a pole. Okay, now it's back to the very east side of the McKinney Fire, but I saw distinctly 2 different smoke columns, one far to the right than earlier. Let's do an hour time lapse at least, because I did not notice the second smoke column until now. The camera keeps twitching and looking randomly at different directions, so I can't stop it. That may be done purposefully to make sure that there's no new spot fires in the camera's vicinity. Yeah, look at that. Wow. It's just eerie the way it's moving. It's still building the time lapse. Wow. So when I thought the camera needed to be rotated left, I was incorrect. It stayed in this position because there was fire heading towards the right side of the screen. Wow. Now, people are saying which direction is the fire going? It's moving to the south, it's moving to the east, but it's going in random directions. And that's why the firefighters are on structure protection. They can't predict it. It's going in random directions with massive wind gusts, then it'll die back down and it'll surprise them again. So they said just get to safe places and protect the structures. Georgia at the lakes has just came in. Fires burning near Yreka. Yeah, with some massive ferocity. Massive lightning strike storms hit the region today in the afternoon, and it's ongoing. Yeah, Cheryl says I'm no cloud expert, but that looks pretty bad. Yeah. George Herbert says I saw the same on the antelope cam, the north and south fire smoke columns. Yeah. So let me show you the map of where this is occurring. So one look at Stonehaven and you can see the, oh my God. Yeah, like everyone in the colored regions are in danger. Nobody can access the medical aid call off of 96. 2 females that lost their home. Let me see if CHP can move them to a different area. They said fire crews or Fort Jones. Cal Fire is the only ones who can make it there. Wow. So, jeez. This is our heat detection from space. So it's pretty massive, and there's some other secondary spot fires that are further west at Evans Mountain and such, called the Evans Fire and the China Fire. And China Peak is right next to it, so I guess lightning struck multiple places on those peaks, if I had to guess. And lightning is still ongoing. The weather forecast for tomorrow and the next few days is abysmal. It's pretty much almost as bad as we could imagine. 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, dry lightning storms coming in, 100 to 115 degrees. And humidity in the teens. So this is going to be god awful. With the storms coming in, aircraft won't be able to do too much. They'll do what they can, but unless we get a super break, aircraft on things that'll be able to turn the tide. And if they're grounded, this will just take off. The best case scenario, like if we had a miracle, would be getting wet storms on top of this unusually wet torrential rain. That's the best we can hope for, but it's unlikely. Yeah, exactly, Josh. There's an excessive heat warning for the fire area until 11 p.m. Sunday. Yeah. California Niner says, is the fire in a low population area? Yes. How do they not have crews available? It's over a huge area of mostly national forest area. There's almost nobody lives out there. The communities are like 25 and 50 residents mostly. And Yreka is a small town and it's the biggest thing on the map. Uh, but there's a lot of recreation in there. So it's like mountain resort towns and mining. Yeah. And it's also really, hang on, hang on. Okay, just coordinating the evacuation of Scotts Bar, it sounds like, meeting up with other guys. So not only did the fires start, the lightning storm start multiple fires all over the top of these mountain areas. Uh, I think my 12-hour time lapse is still good here. Uh, Look at the raging storms and just look at the wind and clouds. They gusted horrendously today, up to 35 and 40 miles an hour, and drove the fire up to the top of the hills. And then the embers just started raining down all over them. Just when they thought that the fire was going a certain direction and they could get up behind it, it would turn back on them. So the winds went all directions today, and then a couple of thunderstorms, T cells like collapsed, and the winds went down on top of the firefighters and went in all directions around them. Like it was run for your life type radio calls. The places where the firefighters thought was safe, like this Oak Knoll work area, they suddenly panic called over the radio and said, "Everybody heading here, go back the way you came. It's up over the ridge, and everybody here, get the hell out right now." It was, they try to keep their cool on the radio, but it was rushed and frantic. You don't hear that a lot. So let's see if my time lapse of 12 hours of the Fort Jones 1 cam is still good. Look at these storms. Uh, it's just got awful. It's the horrible kind of beauty. Like tigers are beautiful, but a tiger attack is horrifying. Look, I mean, just, they finally said, "We're not fighting this fire. We're protecting the structures and getting people out because we can't." So at least one crew is up with two brand new fire engines that broke down. Both of them are having trouble with their air brakes and the compressors. So um, they couldn't leave an area. Power lines fell across the road and trees at the base of it. So if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. So they decided that they would hang out there, and at dawn, that they would get a dozer crew if they could to get the trees out of the way, and then they'll get the engines down. They're trying to get a mechanic up to save the engines, and they've been working on those problems and others. But we have confirmed structures lost, and 2 injured women showed up at a roadblock, and they're still trying to get them out. Okay, so we can listen to the radio real quick. Let me go back to stream. Uh, Cheryl says, how the hell can they close a highway and not give an access route? It's because multiple power lines that apparently were live went down all over Highway 96. And then the fires swept up, because remember, every Highway 96 is in a ravine. It's in a steep cliff kind of a deal. So think of that as a wind tunnel. Whenever these storms came by, they would push extremely high winds through the canyons. So the fire not only was jumping around the ridges, it was blowing up from the water level right at the road level and just sweeping past because it was being wind driven, and it was climbing and eating through all the power poles. And so they went down while they were live. And they said that multiple buildings were leveled along the Highway 96. Yeah, it's okay. It's so there just aren't that many roads because building these roads are so expensive in this terrain. So if I put on 100% Forest Service map, everything looks flat. But then I crank up the shaded relief, and you can see what a nightmare this is. How tall these peaks are. If you put shade relief down, you've got 2,375 feet here, and down here where the river is 1,700 feet elevation. So just from here to here, you're climbing, 500 feet, and you go up here 3,400-ish feet. Let's turn off the heat map. Like if you were to take this dotted thing is a highway. It's a properly paved highway, but if you had a child that got car sick in the back of the car, they'd be puking everywhere. Um, it takes a long time to drive this, and look at how death trappy it is. You want to have quick evacuation routes, not windy roads where you can't see around the bend. And you want to have multiple paved roads going in multiple directions. And in this kind of remote area, you don't have it. This is deep Klamath National Forest. Very few roads actually connect to each other. And then you could see the gates on many roads. That's what these are. I don't know what the color code means, red versus black, but most firefighters would not go into a situation where they could possibly die. It's just the best course of action, so they won't be pushing into the remote areas. That's the thing for the aircraft to do when it's safe for aircraft to work. And that's going to be when the storms end. So this is extremely steep, rugged, mountainous terrain. Absolute nightmare. I wonder if there's any, you know what? Hey, let's put the little man there. See what it looks like. So down here in the valleys. Oh wow, September 2007 is our imagery. See how you just can't see in any direction? Like when the smoke fills up everything in these valleys, it looks like just a thick fog. Like you maybe won't even see past your bumper about 20 feet. You'll be going like almost idle speeds if you're trying to evacuate. And if you think you can see fires coming through the thick smoke, you can't. It's invisible. And even if you could see end to end, how far can you see? Let's see where else the Google car has ventured, like Oak Bar Lodge. That's a place where they're trying to save it. Uh, See how the power lines are right here? They're tall enough to fall all the way across the road and block it. So you'll have the fire run through the grasses and then climb the hills. And then with the wind this fierce, lightning will strike here, just as an example, and then embers will go over there. So you can be a firefighter down here on the road and just watch that happen and go, yeah, um, not much to do about that. Then the wind pushes the fire down the hill, then it stops. You think, oh, I could go over there and save these structures or something because the wind's now going that way. Well, now with the wind going up that hill, well, it's also going to blow the fire on the right side of the hill over across the highway and trap you there. And this has been catching them by surprise. I don't know if you can see my mouse. I'm sorry, I was gesturing with it, but I think you guys get the idea. Um, it's a very pretty drive, but oh, whoops, my God, is it steep? Like over here at Hamburg and Horse Creek. See what I mean? It's very expensive to build roads. If you can believe it, a lot of California is almost uninhabited. People don't live where it's beautiful. They live where there are jobs, and there's not many jobs in the mountains. The most mountain communities in California are either ghost towns or on the cusp. Okay, oh boy, we got those bots again. Uh, Sorry guys. Are any of my mods here to help with this? Holy crap. Um, I don't have all of the robust tools to self-moderate right now. Like I'm hitting the block user thing. You guys can do it too, just block user, but I can't believe that report user is not an option I have on StreamYard. It's like, what's going on? Cheryl Simpson says last year when they had a mudslide, people were stuck for 24 to 48 hours. I should think before I type my apologies. Oh, no worries, no worries. There are no stupid questions here. George at the Lake says we didn't have all these fires during the drought in the late 70s. Sickening to see our beautiful areas perish. Fox's new documentary about the cartel grows in Northern California in all the forests. Yeah, well, that's why we need to think through our legislation before we pass it. They should have realized it was a mistake, like within a year of passing it. They had this brilliant idea in the drug war era that, hey, why don't we say that if you grow marijuana or any drugs, illegal drugs on your property, that you get your house taken away, your property taken away, and any vehicles like confiscated that were on the premises too. And oh yeah, that's just gonna convince people to not grow drugs, right? No, that's gonna make everybody who grows drugs move onto federal land because the feds can't confiscate their own land. So all the drug growing operations went into the forests, made the forest too dangerous to hike and hunt anymore for normal folk, or for people like me to go exploring for history without a firearm on my hip. Oh, and they still have these stupid laws in place. You know, they ruined the lives of people growing pot. Now it's like a business to tax. They threw people with mandatory minimum sentences in jail for like cancer victim patients that grew a plant of pot in their bathroom and then got busted, like confiscated their house, everything they owned, and threw them in prison for 20 years. And it's just stupid. Like, why have this policy? It didn't work. You think the cartels who make, $40 million a week give a crap about losing a $100,000 house? No, it just ruins the lives of Americans. But that's what's to blame. We need to think through our policies and what's going to happen before enacting them. So let's look back at the latest on the McKinney Fire here. Okay, that was top comments. Let's go into the latest. So, yeah, here's a thank you from Mutual Aid Response Ready, Oregon. Yay. Okay, going down here. Through Senate Bill 762, our office has the ability to order air assets through mutual aid agreements. The use of the helicopter made a big difference in this fire. Sure it did. Now, there's something very wrong with this statement, that you have to have a new bill to order aircraft to help in a fire. That is like futile. Firefighting should be just like a branch of the military. Fires affect the entire country, so let's have a big budget for everywhere the fires occur, and no red tape BS like this. Just change everything. It's like the Roman Empire's army got really crappy until the Marius reforms. It just redid the way that the Romans did their military. They just said scrap everything. It worked. It didn't work. It worked in the past. Doesn't work now. And federalize. I mean, we can't have a system where one county has a huge budget for firefighting, but the rural poor county next to it that actually has more fires doesn't even pay their firefighters. This doesn't work. Anyway, why this is okay, this is tag abuse. This is random unrelated content being put on the McKinney Fire area. Like, don't tag abuse like this. Really. This is spam. Basically, W Dawn Radio, quit spamming. Thank you. Wow. I'm sorry, that's copyrighted. I'm just trying to get our info to the public. Okay. This is the new evacuation zone updates. That's worth sharing. Yeah. That's from a while ago. Emergency info now. That looks good. Okay. So, okay, we'll keep abreast of that and go back to looking at these mesmerizing cams. So let's do another 15-minute time lapse. This one is not the one that looks horrible. I think they just need to zoom out, actually, and it would look pretty horrible. Although that does look bad. Look how bright the screen is. It's just the Fort Jones one looks apocalyptic still. I think we should do a 3-hour time lapse because what have I been live for about that time? How long have I been live? 2 hours and 45 minutes. The time is 2:45 a.m. Yeah. Cheryl says, yeah, thank you for helping me report and block these spammers. Pot is legal in Canada, yet no fire reports have mentioned pot farms started the fires or blamed mostly on railroad ties, oil, and creosote on railroad lines. I don't think that spontaneously combusts. I think the train's actual sparks start that. Josh says the sky is bright red at Fort Jones. I don't doubt it. This is probably visible from, if you were like flying from New York to San Francisco and you went over Tahoe, you'd probably see this in the distance. Now that I've been in an airplane above Tahoe, it's crazy how far you can see. We could see the Washburn Fire down by Yosemite from the Tahoe area. I can't wait to share my airplane adventures with you and the sobering Caldor Fire aftermath footage that we were able to fly over. I had two GoPros, one under the left and the right wings. I tried to have a three-dimensional cameras for like, the goggles on the tail. I mounted that on the tail. It was an old three-dimensional camera, like a 360 camera. And unfortunately, the one battery that I had um, has been in the closet for a while, swelled up, couldn't use it. The other two batteries I had were supposed to power the camera for like 40 minutes and they petered out after 15. So we would catch the airplane taking off from the airport and the camera would quit. It's not like I could get out of the airplane and wing walk over to it and, fix the battery. That was extremely disappointing. I wanted people to see the Caldor fire aftermath like below them, as if they were floating in the sky looking at the Caldor fire below them. Yeah, I should have just gone to Best Buy, whipped out a credit card, and bought a GoPro 360, but I didn't have the money. I had to spend it um, on the gas and driving hundreds. I've driven more than 1,000 miles, like maybe 2.5 since July 3rd, when with gas averaging 6.09 a gallon. And when the computer broke down and deleted my footage, I had to rip the hard drive out. Hopefully, I can recover the missing footage later. And then I had to go to Best Buy on a shopping spree and Walmart to buy more hard drives uh, because the big one died. And then I had to save all the 4K 60 frames a second footage I was filming every day from two GoPros, my new super camera, and two cell phones plus C-Probe cell phone, John Stoker's cell phone. It's all in 4K 60 frames for the moment, and they're just giant file sizes. So I just threw $650 that I didn't have to normally, but the computer broke down, um, into what I shouldn't have had to. And this, I had no money to buy the GoPro 360, and I'll probably regret that. But if I can fundraise, excuse me, hearing my own voice is making me pronounce things weird. I have a huge echo, which I have been struggling with the entire time. Um, I still want to do that, and it's possible that C-Probe could rent the airplane again, and like in this fall, we'll fly over the Dixie and Caldor burn scars and get a 3D view where if you put on the 3D goggles, you would look down. It would be like you were floating in the sky and you could see, turn your head left, look down past your legs, look right, and you would see the enormity of the fire damage below. We tried to climb as high as we could in the Tahoe area above the Caldor's burn scar to get as much in the frame as possible. We couldn't get the entire thing in the frame. We went up to the point where you need oxygen. Like we had oxygen in the plane, but taking a Cessna 182 past 12,000 feet is risky. It's just, it's not a jet. Now, we were taking risks, but just mild risks. John Colgrove says, is there still a bar called Charlie Bob's in Fort Jones? And Lalo's Mexican restaurant? You sound like a local. Zachary Stoner says, I think there's been a couple different businesses through there now. I actually drove through this area once, but I was so car sick that I was just green. Oh, I have a story going through here. I'm sorry about the spam bots. Thank you guys for helping me dealing with them. Um, so uh, we were at the coast, Brookings, quite a long time ago, actually, sometime in the 2000s, and we decided we're gonna go to I-5 from Brookings, Oregon, which is just a terrible idea. Don't do it. Just go down 101 like normal people do. Let me take down the map. So here's Brookings. Can you guys see my cursor? I hope you can. And we decided to take these side roads. I think we went from Crescent City uh, somewhere, and we somehow cut across and got on 96. And we start going east. I don't know what we were thinking. Were we thinking that we would go visit Shasta or something? I don't know. But we were going to head to Yreka on 96. It was the most god awful, yet left, right, up, down. Can't see the horizon. I just started getting pukey. Now, the stupid RV that we were following, which was part of our caravan, we had like a family reunion, right? Well, we had that family member that decided to be in the 80s RV that's backfiring, belching black smoke out of the tailpipe, and would not let us pass. Like we have no bars on the cell phone, and we're like, dude, I cannot. I'm getting sick. I need fresh air. I need to see the horizon best I can. Can you let the other cars go ahead of you? And he was so slow, but no. And then we started seeing some rocks on the road from a rock fall. So mom was smart enough to hit the brakes. It was back when we had a minivan or something. And just anticipate perhaps around the next bend in the road that there might be some rocks. But was the RV driver smart enough to do that? And the answer was no. And so it wasn't just family, there were some family friends of sketchy origin, I'll just say, that was traveling with us. We had a big, like huge, giant reservation at a campsite back then. So the RV driver just keeps speeding along and around, taking curves too fast, and like the RV was leaning like that stupid building in San Francisco, and it would sway almost like it was ready to tip over on these curves, and we're just thinking, what is he thinking? Now he takes a turn, and we come around the bend and we slam on the brakes because he runs straight into a big rock on the road. With an RV that's speeding, you can't deal with it. So he runs smack into it. It tears through the undercarriage of the RV and just about high centers it. It was a rock that was the size of I don't know, like if you took a burned barrel and put it on its side, it was about that high. It was just like it's bigger than a microwave on its side, you know, and solid. So there was this loud bang sound, and it just ripped up the RV. So mom kept a good following distance. We braked hard. We sweated bullets, thinking that the cars behind us were going to rear end us. But we pull over on the shoulder, what little shoulder there was, and the other cars stopped like in the oncoming lane. It was almost a pileup. I get out. It's like 104 degrees. It's dry grass everywhere, steep ravines, and I'm like, oh God, this is about the worst fire weather that we could have. There was like this gentle breeze blowing that was threatening to become like high wind. And then I smelled gas. The RV was leaking gas. We're talking like 80 gallons, something like that. And it's all spilling over the road and going into the dry grass. And we're yelling at the people in the RV, banging on the doors, get out. There's a gas leak, turn off the damn ignition. Stop acting like an idiot, kind of. Uh, for God's sake, get out. But they were just stupefied in there. And we're just lucky that a fire didn't start from that. we whipped out our cell phones. Nobody had any bars. They had AT&T, and this is a long time ago, but only myself and my mom had a bar or two from Verizon. Back in the day, CDMA radio signals used to go further out into the country than GSM, which was AT&T and T and whatnot. So Verizon was CDMA. So if you ever went out in the boonies, you needed Verizon. It was just like no contest. So we were able to get firefighters out there with the foam to put foam all over the landscape, and there was it was like a minor environmental disaster when it was trying to reach a creek, but they responded quickly. But it could have been so bad. We would have been trapped with nowhere to go next to an inferno uh, on a steep cliff edge, and it's just ugh, how many near misses like that happen every day? Probably too many for me to want to know about. The car fire was started by a vehicle in Shasta County that pulled over and was on fire, and that was deadly and absolutely horrible. And that spawned a true fire tornado that took out a house with people in it. Um, I want to bring that up right now. I'm glad the spam bot guy is back. Um, if I were on my supercomputer, I would um, tap some buttons, and I would um, make sure to ban the keywords like love dash chat. But I'm not on my supercomputer. I will definitely have more power when I get back. Zachary Stoner says I was born and raised in Yreka. Yep. Scott Valley sure was fun in the 80s, says John Colgrove. Yeah. Cheryl Simpson says, so bad in California, they sent a patient home with a C7 break in the neck with instructions on how to care for her husband. Oh my God. Yeah. John Colgrove says, then you know about the log cabin bar in Yreka? Always good for some good fights on a Friday night. Okay. Oh boy. Friday nights are for fighting? Isn't that the way one of those things goes? All right. Let's look at CalTopo, see if we've got any new heat. Uh, the radio went silent. It's still playing. Look at my cell phone over here and make sure. Yeah, it is broadcasting. They're just silent right now. And at some point in time, I've got to think about sleep. Um, Zachary Stoner says my mom met one of her husbands in the log cabin. Oh, she collect them? She got a harem? I didn't hang out there when I turned 21. Oh my god. Yeah, I wouldn't either. That's awkward. Oh my god. Wow. Did you know that a lot of people have met their significant other on my stream? It's true. So, like Smitty and Desi met on my stream, and all of a sudden they're like, "Should we get married?" So cute. Oh, it's awesome. Zach says I should say her ex. Whoa. There's like a movie script here somewhere. So, all right, let's go back to the feeds we have. Usually, no chatter is good on radios in the middle of the night, but sometimes it means they switch to a tactical channel. There's plenty of drama happening, but we can't hear it. Uh, Broadcastify typically is people, who volunteers who live in the area, and they do the main channels. Unless you are within visual sight of the tactical radios they're using, like you can see fire crews, you know, at the end of your neighborhood, you can get your own little radio, like a Baofeng or a Motorola, and listen to everything they're saying. but you have to be within sight of them, and everybody evacuates. So that's why we don't hear the tactical stuff. That's why we don't hear, put the water over there, from the individual crews working. We hear the crews talking to dispatch, and the people on Broadcastify live close enough to the dispatch of the major towns, and that's what we hear. It would be unreal if somebody could ever start a Broadcastify account and we could listen to tactical. You'd have to be pretty wealthy, and know radios really well, and like be the kind of guy with the big pickup truck with the 10-foot antenna that's waggly on the top, and CB radios, and you'd have to be driving to peaks and mountains to pick up the signals. And sometimes I've gotten in touch with people who are like volunteers or journalists who have a reason to be there, but they don't have this equipment to do this for us. Either that or they don't have cell phone data, because it would go all night. So when people ask me why can't we hear what they're saying, unfortunately, there's a lot to it. Zachary Stoner says, going to get some sleep. Thank you, Catherine, for the coverage. See you all soon. Yep, you're very welcome. Sorry I struggled to go live for 4.5 hours today. John Stoker finally uh, helped me out enough to, with upgrading his personal home internet, to bring us here. So it's all him. Um, Cheryl Simpson says then he died about because God, that's so sad. Oh, my dad had 3 wives. All 3 had cancer, and 2 of them died. Oh my God. I'm wondering, Cheryl, did he by any chance live in an area where PG&E tainted the well water? Um, the rare cancers are what that was about, where they knew that they were killing people with tainting the well water. The Aaron Brockovich movie, explains how it took citizens to bring that to trial and bring that to light. It wasn't related to the fires. Yeah. Well, good night, Zachary. People who are going to bed. Uh, I'm fading a bit. I hear nothing anymore on the radio. Let's see on Twitter if people are still hearing things. The fire. Let's see here. Top chat. We have to hit latest. Whoa. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's copyrighted. We gotta scroll past it. What the heck? Some of this seems like spam abuse for this hashtag. What? All right. I'm trying to find real info now. This is making me mad. Um, Looks like everybody's gone to bed. Siskiyou County OES is committed to protection of lives and property of the county residents when disaster strikes. Sure, we'll follow them. Chasing Fire. Sure, sounds like we should follow them. Who else? Oh, guess what, guys? Newsflash, Choco Tacos were discontinued. This is what's wrong with our society. Suggested for you, other people to follow. Enthusiast of drone photography. Sounds awesome. Okay. Um, Wildland Fire Consultant. Sounds like we should follow. Robotic Cats. Klamath National Forest. Yes. Fire Safe Council. That person sounds good. Hey, I found you, George. George Herbert. Woohoo! Let's follow you. All right. News from Colorado. No. Fire scanner. Active during disasters. Yep. Science for Society. What I'm looking at is following on this Twitter, just people who give fire advice that is good. And China 2 Fire. Is there anything different on that one? We'll go back to a time lapse in a second. Real Me Bowie says, okay, here's like a panorama picture. I'm going to retweet that. I do need to sleep, and this happened too late in the night. Me going live to recruited mods for the overnight. And guess what? Like, we can't really do an overnight stream because you can't hear the radio. It didn't happen. Either StreamYard can't do it, or I don't know how. And even if we were streaming the radio, it's dead silent right now. So what I would be streaming is these cameras. But people can look at the cameras anyway. So I don't see a reason to stream throughout the night. Okay. Now, looking back at chat, anybody still here with me? I actually can't see the amount of people who are in the chat. I would have to go to my cell phone, look at my own broadcast, which is weird every time. I've never gotten used to seeing myself on the TV. I don't. I thought I'd get used to it. I'm not. I don't think it's gonna happen. Okay, 47 people are watching. Okay, so I hope you guys are all safe. Hit the like button too, please. I mean, that'll help the stream trend again. Oh, I'm not just saying that. Uh, like if people were to search right now for the stream, like McKinney Fire live, they'd find a million other channels and old news about random fires before mine would come up in the search results because everything's automatic with a stupid thing called the algorithm. And all of us YouTube people are a slave to it. Uh, if you don't get, if you put a new video on after being dormant, like I was, like I collapsed. After 95 days streaming in a row last year, I collapsed. We hear you? Okay, thanks. Um, I just didn't want to do anything online. Like I had 95 days of my life on hold from mid-July till mid-October to like go back into the world and exist. I had 6 days off from mid-July to October. Uh, so everybody thought like I moved. Like friends were like, "Where have you been this summer?" Like, you don't know? That fire thing. I went live to help people. And they're like, "Yeah, but wasn't that like 3 months ago?" Yes, yes. I'm sorry for the loud sounds. Streamlabs doesn't mute background noise, and that was my water bottle. Hmm. Sorry, it's those really thin plastic ones. And I lost months of my life. I tried to catch up on everything from, you know, doing my taxes to going and apologizing to like everybody I know because I had dropped every single uh, obligation and just left people kind of in lurch, like with quick messages like, "Sorry, doing fire stream. We'll get back to you as soon as the crisis is over." That'll be like a week from now, right? I thought I'd have weeks of like a week off in between fires. Nothing like that happened. It was just the Dixie fire just went until rain. Caldor fire went until it rained. So did Cash, the McFarland, and all the other ones who were too numerous to name. And then Santa Barbara had fires in late October. Like I was back. and I'm still not caught up with my normal obligations that I did last year. Like I, I'm on apology tour. Uh, oh, there's a radio. Division Kilo. Division Kilo. So, oh, here they're talking. Just go ahead. I see Kilo. Okay. I can't imagine what Dawn is going to bring. Okay, I'm going to check flight radar to see if anybody's flying over. And they should be able to map it from high altitude if they're lucky. All right. He says, I don't know what your plan is. It's a bunch of noise. I'm waiting. Come on, guys. Okay, right now I see 0 aircraft around Yreka. I filtered out the aircraft above 20,000 feet. That's usually passenger jets. He says, Instant Command Kilo trying again. Sorry, a pencil just fell off the deck. Loud and clear now. Okay, 1 second. I'll be able to tell you what's going on. I just want to. Second. Okay. Northeast, North Bank, and the northeast has subsided substantially. Looking up the drainage along the ridge. Last place I saw it from Scotts Bar. 1 moment. $26.15 guys are hunkered down. They're in contact with them. They're doing okay. I think those are the guys babysitting the 2 disabled fire engines. Now, that's good news that the fire on the northeast side area is looking better. It's subsided a bit. He said, how's it looking over by you? And the guy in Scotts Bar said, well, we're going to go take a look at it, but seems okay. Said that they were continuing their evacuation checks around the Mill Creek, Scotts Bar area. And he said that unfortunately there's a lot of trees down over 96, so they can't exit that way from Scotts Bar. So he's going to go up on a ridge to kind of look about the best way to get out of there. And so they were saying, I think something about Scotts Bar Road, but they were just trying to figure the best way for the crews to get out. And but sounds great that they are, at least for now, experiencing a little bit of a lull of activity in the northeast sector. So I'm glad. Excuse me, guys. Man, this wildfire smoke has got me congested. And I like to end it on somewhat happy news, but we shouldn't. Oh God, there's more of those spam bops. I'm sorry, guys. Trying to block the user. Yeah, exactly what Cheryl is saying in the chat. If you put your address into Zonehaven, community.zonehaven.com, then it'll tell you whether or not you're under an evacuation. Um, Georgia at the Lake says you still come up in my recommendation when you broadcast, and I subscribe to a lot of various channels. I'm glad. I'm glad because when I went dormant, just trying to catch up on my life, and I slept through pretty much the entire month of November. I don't really remember much in November. Um, it kept saying I had massive subscriber loss, and yet um, no explanation. I know that right after the Caldor ended, we got at least 2,000 subs were just people in the Tahoe area. And I said, guys, hey, TVG fan, hello. I said, guys, I'm not insulted or whatever if you guys sub just for the fire info and leave. If you want to keep the channel alive, sub and turn off notifications if you never want to hear about fire again. That still helps the stream. But I don't blame anybody who just doesn't want to hear about fire ever again in their lives. And I said, sub for now, unsub later if you want. And so we did lose about 1,000 people in November, and I didn't know how bad that hurts the stream. I'm finding out more about how it works, and I thank you everybody who is subbed. The ringing bell tells you whenever I go live, or it's supposed to work like that. But a lot of people report it's not working. But if you suddenly get 1,000 dropped subscribers, the algorithm thinks that you just did something massively offensive, that you need to be deprioritized in the searches. So this is how stupid it is. YouTube does not have a category for what I do. If you check category like, is your video about gaming? Is it about comedy? Is it about in education? Like people teaching math? Um, there's all these weird categories, and helping the public is not one of them. The closest category I have is news and politics. So what YouTube thinks I am is like a Rush Limbaugh, or some fake news person, who's not really a news reporter, just like a Joe Rogan, a you know, or maybe a comedian, news and politics person like Jon Stewart. And that's not what we're here for. It's emergency information and walking people through crisis. I have real firefighters in chat most of the time giving people real advice. Weather experts, pilots, everybody from all walks of life who volunteer. We have journalists on the ground who check in and show us on the ground what's happening, citizen reporters. And we're like a close knit volunteer group of hero helpers. We just want to help firefighters and first responders the best way we can, and the general public. But it thinks like I did something offensive and lost half my, or 1/6 of my viewers. We were up to almost 7,000 subscribers when the Caldor and Dixie were raging. And as soon as the fires ended, boom, we lost about 1,000 subs in a month. So YouTube plunged um, the search results when people said it was incredibly hard to find me again. And a lot of people have come back and said, "Oh my God, I found you again." I was subbed the whole time, but then I get on YouTube one day and realize I'm not subbed. So a lot of YouTubers have noticed that they have mysterious gradual declines in subs, especially if they go dormant, like if they don't upload a video for a month. And either there's a bug or YouTube is unenrolling people from subscription on its own, maybe to pressure us to create more content. That's the conspiracy theory version of everything. But they've been known to do stuff like that. Like we're all slaves to what this mathematical formula of video success is about. And that's why YouTube is kind of declining. People don't get good suggestions anymore. Um, if a lot of people jump on a video immediately and hit the like button, it's boom, it shoots to the top. It's a quote trending video. It's like viral. But mostly it's just TikTok-esque crap anymore, like shorts. YouTube's trying to copy TikTok, and they should stop because that's for juvenile people, really. It's just I can't tell you how many times on Twitter I'm trying to look for serious fire information and it's interrupted. Like right in the middle of a giant fire hashtag where there's evacuation orders is a TikTok ad for a little dog on a couch. It says fart revenge. And there's a little funnel on the dog's rectum and a tube. And somebody puts the end of the tube on like somebody's face and then they jump out of their couch. That's what TikTok is. YouTube, just please don't. Just don't. I swear, just please don't. There's nowhere else for us to go. I mean, I wish Vimeo would take off. They're a lot less, you know. But please, YouTube, just be what you were. A place where like academics and serious people could hang out. And then also, please make sure that there's a public good, channel category. Vet us. That's okay. I can show you my credentials. I've got hundreds of videos of helping the public and thousands of hours. Rubber stamp the people that apply for that and then stop taking 30% of our donation money. Thank you. It's not yours. It's not yours. It shouldn't be yours. Just please help the public out by hosting these videos during a crisis. Um, and that would be great. YouTube. Stop considering subscriber loss from people who tune in just for an emergency as some sort of a evidence that your channel is in free fall of popularity, because we're not. But whatever's happening, this is what we're facing. So when I say like, please like and subscribe, that's actually what that's about. We have to say that. Most people just forget. It's just a reminder. And if you don't want to like it, just don't. I'm very sorry to be one of those people who says, hey, please do it, but I need to serve the public. I can't do it without your help. So, all right, guys. I have not heard anything on the radio. As we can see from the cameras, it is terrible. And even though they have a bit of respite right now, the forecast for tomorrow and the next day is, let's just be real about it. It's horrendous. It's about as worse as it can get. I imagine it's going to be hairy and horrible. Whatever survived tonight, we don't know if it's going to survive tomorrow as far as structures. Anybody who is remaining in the area, I really can't emphasize that I would not be there. I can't tell you what to do. It's not my right to do it. But this is about as bad as a fire weather forecast gets. Look at what it's doing at night. It will be more fierce during the day when it has higher winds, lower humidity, and higher temperatures. this thing will be a gigantic monster tomorrow, unless there's some sort of a divine intervention. So if you think about remaining and, oh no, my place might get looted, don't worry, your place uh, is not going to get looted because there's very few roads in and out of here, and Highway 96 is down. Nobody's going to come take your stuff, and if they do, they'll probably die. Like, uh, that's because law enforcement left. Um, just your stuff's not worth dying for. This one is real. Get your livestock, your pets, your family, your neighbor to safety, and just ride this one out. It's going to be a rough um, several days for sure, and we'll see what tomorrow's aftermath brings us. Last call for questions and comments, then I really need to sleep. I would like to be able to say, hey, I can go live tomorrow, but the sketchy internet situation where I'm at means that that's unlikely. I'll also be resting quite a bit because I'm still on a grueling filming schedule. I'm still trying. I have a deadline of the next couple of days to go film Grizzly Flats and the interior of the Caldor Fire, and I have a lot of driving to do, and it's emotional. It's emotional for me, and I didn't even grow up here, and for the people that I meet, that I keep talking to, trying to establish people to interview later. Um, I can't tell you how hard it is to even hear their stories, and I'm not part of it. I'm part of the Dixie. You know, Dad wrecked me pretty good earlier in the month to be over there, and I still haven't seen half of it. We still have to fly over the Dixie and film that. It's because of the electrifier interrupting that. I'll be back in Plumas County. I'm hoping for September, October at this point. All of August, I feel like I need to be in Oregon and be at home with a supercomputer ready to go live at a moment's notice. That's the goal. I'm going to be selling everything that isn't nailed down in the attic to fundraise for a laptop. When I get a good laptop, I'll feel like I can be mobile again. Right now, I feel like I disappointed everyone with my good laptop breaking down. I was not ready to to be live, but the lessons have been learned. So I'm sorry, TVG fan, you just came in kind of late. Express Fan Exorcist, good name by the way. Yeah. Um, thanks for being here, and good night too. And thanks Cheryl for being here. It is worth doing. I need to document what happened with the Caldor and Dixie before too much is cleaned up and tidied away. I mean, the forest will be blackened for a long time, but uh, I need to capture the human stories to make people care. Um, I'm starting to wonder if my own telling of the story is going to be the only accurate one. Everybody's slanting it with either it's all global warming's fault. It's like, do you understand Santa Ana winds and such? And that PG&E is uh, starting most of these deadly town erasing fires from power line negligence. Go ahead and talk about global warming, but that's not where it ends. I'm starting to wonder if nobody else explains what is really happening factually from all the angles, from all the different factors, the mismanagement of forests to, you know, people being unprepared and not grooming their properties right, to the crisis of the hiring for firefighters, the lack of staff, the way COVID impacted everything, the way that red tape interferes, the way that evacuations are um, done too late because of an old system. all these different factors creating crises and bad outcomes. They all need to be mentioned, but nobody's doing it. So I'm now starting to fear that the historical record will not be correct unless I lay down something and explain all the angles. Simple explanations are for simple people. And when the truth is complicated, people are more apt to believe a simple lie unless we explain the complicated simply. That's my goal. So, Cheryl Simpson says, yes, we'll be blackened, but the good news is the new growth to your forest. Well, Plymouth County will never look the same in my entire lifetime. And the little kids at the parade, I just realized they're the last people alive who will remember what it was like. They'll have memories of 4 and 5 years old right before the Dixie Fire, and they'll be telling their grandchildren when they're 105 that one day the forest will look good again. It'll take 150 to 200 years. Um, and the most important message for California I have is they need to salvage log as fast as they can because California is in for a Dixie Fire #2 and a Calder Fire #2, an LNU Lightning Complex Fire #2, and the Cache #2 because of one scary thing. The first fire is not the bad one. The trunks of the trees don't burn because they were alive, full of thousands of gallons of water when they were alive. Only the limbs burned off, and we saw what the fires did just by burning off tree limbs. The towns that got erased, the fact that only rain in late October put out the fires, that it was not within human power to put them out. And that was just the introduction. If you don't get the dead trees off the landscape, it only takes 2 to 3 years for underbrush, bushes, and such to grow at the base of the standing dead trees. And that's the fuel you need as soon as any fire for any reason, lightning, cigarette, stupidity, fireworks, accident, no matter what happens, when you get the trunks of the trees on fire, you have a raging inferno about 6 times more intense than the first fire. There's a ticking clock right now for California to avoid that outcome that will happen. It's guaranteed to happen unless we prevent it. We learned this with the 1933 Tillamook burn. Every 3 years, a new fire ripped over the same spot from almost Portland, Oregon to the coast. And each new fire was worse than the last because you had the trunks burning, not just limbs. It won't stop until you log all the trees down. And that took 20 years with 1930s and 40s technology. And they tried hard to do it. So, California, with this huge amount of dead trees all over the landscape, needs to be recruiting like 500,000 loggers from all over the world and hitting it hard to prevent further disasters. I myself wouldn't rebuild until a huge square radius around my town was salvage logged down and made safe with new fire lines. Don't set yourself up to lose your house twice. And California has to know this. The world has to know this. It's a very hard truth, and it's the most important message I can deliver. That's get your game on, California. You can't leave standing dead trees on the landscape, or you're setting yourself up for a worse disaster. So it is within our power, though. They could be smart, and they can salvage log first around the communities to protect them, the ones that are rebuilding, and then work their way deeper and deeper towards the heart of the forests to help protect the forests and then do the replanting really fast to kickstart the regrowth because they have to replant. None of the forest is going to come back on its own because with a mega fire, all the seeds return to ash. The Tillamook burn didn't grow back, and it was 1965 before they realized that the 1933 fire needed to be replanted. It allowed to be mass pine cone dropping out of airplanes. So Pop Goes fan says, do you know of any ways to help with anxiety? In the fire season months, I do. Since 2020, I've had terrible anxiety whenever summer comes along and I can't stand it anymore. I do. There's only one real cure for anxiety for a rational person, excuse me. And that is plan and drill to feel safe. And that's the way that firefighters deal with their anxiety too, is they feel prepared. So they get educated on the subject and they make their own plans, like their own A, B, and C evacuation route plans. They have shelter in place plans. You know, at home they have their own bug out bag ready to go. They, like you take the things that you don't want to lose, like your heirloom photos and stuff. You scan them. You have cloud backup so that you're ready to go at a moment's notice. And then you groom your property, uh, wherever you live, to be as fire safe as possible. And what I'm going to be doing is a series of videos on how to do all this. It's just I've got to, find the time to do that in between these fires. And then once you've planned, you practice, you drill. So like say you make your A, B, and C evacuation route. You get out a paper map, get out a highlighter, 3 different roads that are paved and kind of swift in 3 different directions, right? Then you click on the satellite view and find where water goes underneath the roads, like this. Like, like say you lived in Yreka or something and you were kind of near it. Well, everywhere that there's like a creek, let's just randomly look, like right here. Everywhere you see water underneath a road, there's either a bridge or a culvert. So you drive or walk, whatever you want to do, your evacuation routes, and look under there if it's safe. Can I fit under there? Could my family? Could me and my dog? And you put an X under the bad ones, draw on your paper map, and you put a star on the good ones. So even if you're evacuating and you find out that you can't continue to drive one of these ways, you don't panic, drive like a bat out of hell. You proceed to your nearest bridge or culvert and you sit there in your safe spot, ready to get underneath there and survive. So you can identify, maybe you don't have good options. You can look for ponds, baseball diamonds, big open fields with nothing to burn, construction sites, big box store parking lots, near like the big grassy field behind high schools. You find all these nice little safe spots to go and you start realizing I've got options. You know that you have options. And every once in a while you time yourself and drill, how fast can I get in the car? How quickly can I make it somewhere? If you have to go on foot, what's the nearest safe spot around me? And you just practice that. And when the time comes, you're not going to feel anxious. You're going to know what to do and you go do it. So, um, being prepared and knowing what to do ahead of time is the best way to not be anxious because anxiety comes from not really knowing what to do and from imagining disaster. But when you know you've got real options, you can now imagine yourself doing it when a crisis comes and even being a leader, even showing your neighbors what to do. And that's worked the best for me. The second one is like Cheryl says, is eat good and get really good sleep. You can tell your anxiety, hey, I've done all that I can do. That's all I can do. So I can now relax. I began taking supplements that helped greatly, better than pills and pharmaceuticals. Um, and you should look into them. They're called natural anxiolytics. Talk to your doctor about them. They range from lavender oil to uh, DHA, EPA. Uh, Lavender oil and supplements started working for me. I put essential oil of lavender on my wrists and underneath my chin at night, so I can kind of smell that. It's very relaxing. It's not really aromatherapy. It's that it like actually is an anxiolytic, which means something that reduces anxiety. A lot of these things are, your body wanting to make uh, things like serotonin, which keep you happy. Thing, uh, Things like norepinephrine, uh, all these brain chemicals that keep you level, and your body can't make it. You have to have the nutrition, the building blocks, which are usually amino acids like L-lysine, L-arginine, L-carnitine, just every L, this and that. And remarkably, they can help, and they're cheap. They're cheap, you know, dietary supplements. Uh, I like at least a couple times of the week to have what I call an elaborate breakfast. That's like the most expensive breakfast. The avocado toast, the smoked salmon on bagels, and I treat myself to just really good food instead of, you know, some junk food thing. And I felt better when I ate more fish, just personally, just things like salmon, oysters on water crackers, and Pepsi. Like that, that's the equivalent of wine and cheese for me. Uh, and, it's my splurge. I just set aside some budget for some fine food. It does help calm me down when before a hard night of sleep. Um, Little things to treat yourself, but really, anxiolytic herbs. There's a study, maybe I can link it to you. Anxiolytic herbs. It was a National Institute of Health study. Um, yeah, National Institute of Dietary and Botanical Anxiolytics. That might be the study that I looked at. It changed my life. I found out that I needed to consume from my diet, excuse me, the building blocks of serotonin, norepinephrine, and all these, brain chemicals. I ended up personally, and this is not medical advice, but just on my journey of, you know, looking for these things. It'll be different for everybody. Um, I found out that GABA, 5-HTP, L-tryptophan, lavender, and let's see, L-theanine, which is the green tea extract, uh, worked wonders. Better, better than anything prescribed. Amazing. And it's not going to be one of these things that works for you. It'll be a cocktail. So don't try lavender and say, oh, that doesn't work. And then try something else and say that doesn't work. Uh, it might be that you need like 4 supplements. And under supervision, you could try your amino acids that might be missing from your diet. Um, some minerals, magnesium, it's been huge for me. Uh, Strangely, it if you're deficient, you are anxious. Uh, the fatty acids, DHA, and EPA. when I finally found a fish oil supplement that was high in those things, they're not all equal. Boom, made a huge difference. Instead of taking vitamin C, I just made myself eat a kumquat every once in a while. I actually found at Costco the Mott's gummy like packages for kids. They're like little gummy bear thing. They're high in C, so I just eat a package or two of those a day. Um, Vitamin D, lack of it can cause anxiety that I didn't know about, but I didn't realize I was overdosing. Excess of vitamin D before you can pee it out, because you can only pee so much per day, actually makes you feel worse. So I reduced vitamin D. St. John's wort. I don't have a lot of, you know, I didn't get a lot of return with that one. But then I discovered ashwagandha. Oh my God. Ashwagandha, if you need to be calm right now, boom. Sorry, I was trying to snap my fingers. That thing will just slam you into a state of relaxation, in my experience. It's called the ginseng of India. Please remember, this is not medical advice. There are side effects of things, but that herb is like a miracle. And I got myself something called Calm Now off of Amazon, and it works. Uh, it it does other things because they put in some in the Calm Now formula. They put in some extras. They added lemon balm, skullcap, passion flower to it, and it's a nice little cocktail of herbs. But please remember, there's side effects. So, like for me, when I took ashwagandha, I couldn't take it every day. My body temperature increased, my metabolism increased, and my skin felt hot to the touch. So, mind you, I weigh less than 100 pounds. So, I don't know what the dosage is supposed to be for others, but it could have been, I was getting too much. Um, this is why I would highly recommend, like, if you have somebody that you're seeing for depression or anxiety, to talk to them, make sure they've got like a good degree in pharmacology and or, you know, not just they're not just a certified pill prescriber, and they should understand the the way GABA, and other things, uh, you know, interact with your body. They'll probably be able to point you at which one of these herbs will help, if any. But this study here, let me get you the link, goes on to say that they found that this was superior to benzodiazepines and such in many ways. And at least you're not going to get addicted to it or die like some celebrities do, like Judy Garland and such. She died of anxiety. Um, took too many of her anti-anxiety pills. So yeah, exactly. I cannot give you any medical advice. I can give you first aid advice. And you'll find out that a lot of regular foods, just like Cheryl's saying, nuts and things, will make you feel good. Uh, they're finding out yogurt makes people really get depression relief if it's pretty regular. With certain the lacto this and that bacteria, they're finding out that most of the serotonin made in the human body is made by bacteria. So you got to feed your stomach, feed the good bacteria in there, fight the bad ones. So get your nutrition in order, and get your sleep in order. Get something that puts you to sleep if you can't sleep naturally. I lost with my anxiety the ability to sleep naturally. I'll just tell you straight out. And during Firestream, it was awful. Uh, I mean, I went to sleep one night and woke up and Greenville had burned down. Uh, that that's something that's going to haunt me the rest of my life. And the rest of the stream, I couldn't forgive myself for going to sleep. I'd stay awake for like 3 days just with the anxiety. And I found out that putting YouTube on with a playlist where somebody is constantly just talking, soothing, was the best way to get to sleep so that I didn't think about anything. And I bought a fuzzy rabbit at IKEA. It's like a children's toy. And I held that fuzzy rabbit and listened to YouTube and made it through last year's fire season. Um, oh boy, CA Fighter Scanner has an update. Uh, I'm working on being able to sleep naturally again, but that'll be a long journey. Uh, my thoughts just kind of go wild when I'm trying to sleep. But if I listen to somebody else, just, oh, there it goes. But, groom your own playlist. I, I just listen to random stuff. Everything from geology videos like Nick Zentner on the rocks. He gives like 3-hour lectures on volcanoes and stuff. It's interesting enough to start, but then, you know, boring enough to go to sleep. Um, just make your own sleep playlist. And another thing about sleep, I mean, that's going to be the most important thing. If you don't sleep regularly and enough, you're not going to be mentally healthy. It's just not possible. So arrange it, blackout curtains, eye mask, earplugs, whatever you got to do. And then, gosh, what else was I saying? See, I'm getting sleepy right now. It's almost 4 in the morning. Look at the fire raging at 4 in the morning. Uh, write down what bothers you. It's a trick. Have a notepad and a pencil right by your desk, your nightstand. And write down bloody fires keeping me awake. Can't stand it. The moment you put that on paper and turn the light back out, suddenly you'll be able to sleep. You wrote down what bothered you. Don't ask me why. That works. And just make it silly. Bloody fires. Dang world burning down again. My God. It's an old trick. It also works for if you have something important to do and you're worried you're going to do it wrong. Well, write down what you're worried about doing wrong, and the notes there in the morning to remind you. All right, now let's look back at what was our latest tweet. The McKinney Fire. Let's look at CA Fire Scanner. And then I'm really going to sleep, guys. Remember, that's the curse. That's the meme on this channel. Is the moment I say I'm going to sleep, a fire will break out or flare up. So I gotta go to sleep quickly. All right, tweets and replies. Okay, 2 minutes ago, CA Fire Scanner says the activity on the far northeast edge north of the river has decreased substantially. It's likely in the burn scar area of 2014. The fire on the southern side is last estimated to be in the Gumboot Creek area near Mill Creek. It's true. Remember, the flip side of this is the weather forecast is about as awful as it could be. So hold on to your butts tomorrow. What? Chinese rocket. Humboldt County OES issued the below statement regarding the debris from a Chinese rocket. Possible impact locations. Mostly likely will be in the ocean, but potentially halfway between San Francisco and the Oregon border. What? The California State Warning Center has informed us that orbital debris from a Chinese rocket is expected to re-enter Earth's atmosphere have reached the surface. The current predicted time of impact is the 30th, which is today, 1100 hours, meaning just before midnight with a plus minus 5 hour time error. The Humboldt County Office of Emergency Services is not currently operating an emergency ops center in response to this info. The following report is for situational awareness only. Unreal. Here's the current info. Multiple possible impact locations. Can we make this bigger? Sorry, guys. Most likely, it'll land in the ocean, potentially halfway between Frisco and the Oregon border. The debris is estimated to weigh 5 tons. Current estimation is that the debris will not be enough to destroy a community. What will be enough to destroy or damage multiple buildings if it lands in a populated area? Okay, now that's got to be bumped to number 1 of the most bizarre things I've ever read aloud on stream. That has officially bumped the bear urine fawn fire excuse to number 2. I don't know. Should we have a poll and try to decide which one is more bizarre? Maybe we'll do that. I'm gonna retweet this because oh my god. Okay. So guys, if you're anywhere from San Francisco to the Oregon border, look out for the potentially community destroying death from above uh, disintegrating rocket reentry courtesy of China. Well, okay. I don't think I can outdo that one. Let's end it on that. No. J.E. Cat said, hey, hi, by the way. Pop Ghost fan says, I'm still here and it helped. Okay, good. I'm glad that helps. Really enter the world of amino acids and anti-anxiety herbs. They can be expensive, but some of them are cheap, and really can't tell you how much better I do with them. Hey, J.E. Cat says I have my Chinese rocket crash helmet on, so I'm good. Oh, J.E. Cat, how do we make one? Mr. Jewelers, hey, how are you? First lasers and now rocket parts. We can't catch a break. Laughing my ass off. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. I know how to deal. That's how I'll deal with it. Okay. I was about to sign off. Mr. Jewelers, I'm sorry if you just arrived here. Thank you for your continued support. I'm still in El Dorado County. Gotta sign off. It's 4 in the morning. And J-Cat says use heavy duty Reynolds tinfoil. Dang it. I just got the Walmart cheapo brand. I'm gonna take it back. And the reason given, not rocket proof. Yeah. Where's my receipt? Okay, friends. 4 in the morning. Time to go to sleep. I wish I could say there's going to be a good outcome for the progress of this fire, but unless we have torrential rains sent from God tomorrow, it looks nightmare. It looks nightmare. At least they've got some time during the night to call in mutual aid and get other helpers here. But really, a fire like this is controlled by aircraft. If it's too stormy for aircraft, which it looks like it might be, hold on to your butts. Yeah. Cheryl says, "Lol, no tinfoil here, but I'm hooped if they get it off the West Coast." Yeah, God, wouldn't that be amazing if we've seen shooting stars. What if we saw a Chinese rocket disintegrate in the alert wildfire camps? J Cat says I just got back in the door. It's 7 a.m. here. Yeah. East Coasters. Yeah. Okay, friends. Good night. And remember, once you've done all you can do, that's all you can do. That's when you can relax. And oh, 3 winners. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for being here, everybody. Hit the like button on the way out. Make sure the ringing bell is employed on the subscribe button if you want to know about wildfire crisis and other news. Have a great night and day, says J Cat. Yep. Yep. It's gonna be 100 degrees. There's no air conditioning on the second floor. And wildfire smoke is coming through the windows no matter what we do. But welcome to California. Good night, everybody. Good luck. Good night.